Chapter 2900, 2900 Switch. 2900 Switch. Alright, I'll leave this important matter to you. Meng Dong nodded and handed the thing in his hand to Ba Duo. This time, the leader will be Ba Duo. A smug look appeared on Ba Duo's face. See, he was the one who was more trusted by the Lord. Ling Han was slightly surprised because it was obvious from Ba Duo's expression that he was wholeheartedly working for Hysteria, and even found a sense of honor in it. He was already a heavenly venerate, so how could he have such thoughts? Heavenly venerates were high and mighty, and they had already transcended everything. However, Ba Duo was passionate about working for Hysteria, and would even become jealous over this. This was extremely unbelievable. Yes, it was a little like a few sons fighting for favor as they tried to please their father. Alright, I wish you success in advance. I'll prepare a celebratory feast for you and wait for your return. Meng Dong smiled. Let's go, prodigy, Ba Duo said to Ling Han. Ling Han stepped forwards, and when he was close to Ba Duo, he suddenly threw a punch. Pang! Firstly, Ba Duo had not expected him to suddenly attack. Secondly, Ling Han's strength was much stronger than his. How could he possibly dodge? He directly fell to the ground, feeling dizzy and was unable to get up immediately. Ling Han did not take advantage of the situation to push his advantage. Instead, he calmly said, "Watch your words. If it weren't for our Lord, I would have already killed you." Meng Dong originally wanted to make a move, but seeing that Ling Han didn't take any further action, and that Ba Duo was only beaten to the ground, he gave up on the idea of making a move. He said, "Ling Han, we're all on the same side. Don't hurt the harmony between us." Ling Han chuckled, and said, "As long as no one is being despicable, I won't be overbearing either." Ba Duo finally recovered. He got up, and when he heard Ling Han's words, he was instantly enraged. Wasn't this just saying right to his nose that he had been asking for a beating? Alright, alright. Meng Lu stopped him in time. Let's go. Don't delay our Lord's important matter. The corners of Bardo's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned around and left. Ling Han followed nonchalantly, and it wasn't until the two of them had disappeared that Meng Dong finally looked up at the sky, and muttered, "Little brother, are you guilty or innocent? This time, I should be able to test you." Ling Han followed Ba Duo, his pace neither too fast nor too slow. Actually, if he was allowed to travel freely, he could quickly transmigrate through the void. This was because the power in his body could reflect the various dimensions and allowed him to leap freely through the void. This was unlike Ba Duo, who could only reflect the flaming frost realm, and had to advance in only one direction. The void was an extremely complicated space, and the shortest distance between 2 points was definitely not a straight line. Zhou Heng should be waiting for them in the flaming frost realm, Ling Han thought to himself. Previously, when he had sent Ba Duo flying with a slap, it was not for the simple purpose of venting his anger. Instead, he had seized the opportunity to send out a power of dimension, condensing it into a doppelganger that had hidden himself in the ground beneath Ba Duo. There was a large amount of stone layers here, and they could cut off the divine sense of heavenly venerable tier. As long as this doppelganger did not actively expose himself, Meng Dong and Ba Duo would not be able to notice anything amiss. After Meng Dong left, the doppelganger immediately went to look for Zhou Heng, and told him the current situation. With a cultivation level of 6th tier, catching up to them was definitely not difficult. It wasn't that Ling Han couldn't deal with Ba Duo, but if he wanted Ba Duo to be knocked out without being able to even react, then he definitely didn't have the strength to achieve such a feat. After traveling through the void for thousands of years, they finally broke through the dimensional barrier and entered their destination, the flaming frost realm. Hong, void energy surged out, but the power of dimension immediately repaired itself, cutting off the energy storm from the void. This created a huge impact, causing Ling Han's and Ba Duo's body to tremble, and they felt as if their bodies were being twisted. Right at this moment, an indescribable power struck Ba Duo, and he fainted before he could even react. Xiao! A figure flashed, and Zhou Heng appeared. Ling Han was not surprised at all, because it was precisely his doppelganger that had told Zhou Heng to lay in ambush here. If it were another heavenly venerate, it would definitely be impossible for them to achieve this. Only Ling Han, whose body was imbued with the powers of dimension, would be able to accurately calculate their exit location. Moreover, only an elite like Zhou Heng could do it such that Ba Duo could not even react, because this was not as simple as killing him. Ling Han searched Ba Duo, retrieved the black sphere, and handed it to Zhou Heng. His body trembled, and he retracted the power of dimension he had sent out. Zhou Heng took the sphere and sensed it carefully. After a while, he revealed a solemn expression. There's indeed the power of hysteria inside. It has a huge corrosive effect. If it's really thrown into the dimensional core, it will severely weaken the flaming frost realm. Senior, can you replicate it? Ling Han asked. He didn't want to expose his identity just like that, so the best way was to do a switch and throw the forged item into the dimensional core. This way, he could still stay among Meng Dong and the others and probe the identities of others. At the same time, he wouldn't be weakening the flaming frost realm and helping them do evil. Zhou Heng shook his head. This is a power that is unique to hysteria. I am helpless too. Just as Ling Han was feeling disappointed, Zhou Heng said, however, I'll immediately make a trip to the realm battlefield and ask Master for help. He should be able to neutralize the corrosive effects within. He was a man of action, and immediately rushed to the realm battlefield. Meanwhile, Ling Han sat down on Ba Duo's body, and used his own power to suppress him. Otherwise, how could it be possible to refrain from injuring Ba Duo and at the same time keep him unconscious? Fortunately, Zhou Heng returned in just over a month. He returned the black sphere to Ling Han. The problem has been resolved. Ling Han nodded, and placed the black sphere back in its original spot on Ba Duo. Then, he tore open space and re-entered the void. He calculated the position accurately and tore open the void again. Xiao! The two of them flew out. The power of dimension cut off the energy storm from the void, causing a violent tremor. Ba Duo immediately woke up. In his mind, it was still a month ago, so he naturally took a step forward and landed steadily on the ground. Ling Han was one step behind him, and also stepped out. Ba Duo didn't have the slightest bit of suspicion. The reason why a sixth tier had personally made a move was to ensure that Ba Duo wouldn't notice anything. Ba Duo strode forward in large strides, heading toward the core of the dimension. Just over 10 days later, they arrived at their destination. This was actually still quite a distance away, and it was impossible to truly get close. This was the core of a transcendent dimension, and even a sixth tier could be killed by it, let alone a mere third tier. Ba Duo took out the black sphere, glanced at Ling Han, and said, I'm going to throw it in. Ling Han frowned, and said, cut the crap. Are you asking for a beating? Ba Duo was enraged, but he forcibly suppressed it, and raised his right hand. Xiao, this black ball was thrown toward the dimensional core. Peng! It was impossible for the black ball to come close to the dimensional core at all, and it was immediately shattered by the tremendous force that surged around the dimensional core. However, a black aura surged from it, and it transformed into countless tentacles. Chapter 2901, 2901 Mission Complete. 2901 Mission Complete. The power of dimension was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a super low-level dimension that could only produce first-tier heavenly venerates, it would require at least second-tier strength to destroy its dimensional core. In the past, the foreign realm had invaded the celestial realm, and it was precisely because it was deterred by the power of dimension that even heavenly venerates could not invade it. They could only rely on the foreign realm itself to suppress it and commence the realm war. Right now, the Flaming Frost realm was a transcendent dimension, and even sixth tiers would only be reduced to ashes should they face it head-on. Although seventh tiers were undying and indestructible, there was a limit to their power, and they, too, were unable to invade the core. However, it was Hysteria's doing this time. Endless black chi spread out like a net. However, there were small tentacles on the net that surrounded the dimensional core. The black chi couldn't be stopped or destroyed. It was extremely difficult to deal with. This was Hysteria, the most dangerous existence in history. The black chi descended slowly but incredibly steadily. In the end, it completely covered the dimensional core and sank into it. Instantly, the dimensional core trembled violently. Pang, pang, pang. Violent energy shot out from it, and its power was incomparably terrifying. Even Ling Han's expression changed. This could easily kill a fifth-tier elite. Without another word, he turned around and left. Ba Duo did not dare to stay any longer either, and hurriedly left with Ling Han. Since the mission was completed, there was no point in staying here any longer. Xiao. The two of them flew out of the ground layer. Ba Duo looked at Ling Han coldly, and said, "I will find you for a battle." "Then why don't we do it now? I guarantee that you'll yield," Ling Han said casually. In his eyes, this Ba Duo was just a matter that could be resolved with a single punch. Humph. Ba Duo didn't reply. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Ling Han stood quietly. This time, he could be considered to have completed Hysteria's mission and proven his allegiance. Next, he should be able to obtain the acceptance of Meng Dong and the others. From there, he would dig out all the traitors and eliminate them one by one. Hurry. He didn't want to waste time on such matters and affect his cultivation. He returned to the primitive overlapping dimension. After finding the Empress and Hunyo, he continued their expedition to explore for veins of ore. The gains here were huge, but no force had proceeded to set up a raw stone lane right now. Because the cost of digging was too high, requiring a third-tier heavenly venerate to personally do it, they all directly mined and opened the stones immediately. This meant that Ling Han had one less channel to obtain treasure, but there was no other grandmaster of raw stone that could enter this place. Ling Han was the only one. While others were randomly digging, he was purposeful and selective, so his gains were still far greater than others. Moreover, his current battle prowess was at the 5th tier, and when the combination seals displayed their might, he could even suppress the majority of 5th tier elites. Naturally, this gave Ling Han a huge advantage in battle. There were more and more heavenly venerable seals in his possession, and from here onwards, the heavenly venerable seals were basically of the 8th grade. Could he collect another set of combination seals, a complete set of 8th grade seals? After excavating all the veins of ore in this dimension, Ling Han and the others headed towards the 7th dimension. However, even 3rd tiers could not pass through here. The flames formed by the friction and burning of fundamental particles could easily incinerate 3rd tiers into ashes, and even 4th tiers would have to go all out to resist the extreme heat. It was extremely tough even for the Empress and Hunyo, who managed to rely on their own strength to pass through the ground layer of the 6th dimension and enter into the 7th dimension. Here, there were naturally fewer people, and this dimension was smaller and more dilapidated. If there was only 1% of the 6th level left, then there would only be 1% of the 7th left. Ling Han was extremely careful. Right now, there were many people watching him, and as long as a few 5th tiers joined forces, they would be able to put him in a very tough situation. Furthermore, there were also 6th tiers as well. This was an existence that he absolutely could not match right now, and he could even be insta-killed. Tens of thousands of years later, this dimension was once again completely excavated. Thus, the battlefield shifted to the 8th dimension again. Here, only 5th-tier elites could enter. Even the celestial guest residence was not very safe, so Ling Han had the Empress and Hunyo bring it with them. The two women directly returned to the first dimension, while Ling Han went deeper into the 8th dimension. This should also be the last dimension he could explore. Because one had to be at least a 5th tier to enter this place, the number of heavenly venerates had suddenly decreased to around 1,000, and no matter how dilapidated this plane was, it was still shockingly large, allowing every heavenly venerate to gain a lot. After 7,000 years, Ling Han decided to return because he had explored all the places that could be explored, and he had also tried to go to the next dimension, but he was completely unable to do so. The flames there could insta-kill 5th tiers, so there was no need to take such a huge risk. Ling Han also returned to the first dimension. After reuniting with the Empress and the others, he waited for news from Zhou Heng and the others. Another 3,000 years later, Zhou Heng and the others returned. Ling Han went to find out about the situation, and learned that even a 6th tier could only stop at the 9th dimension. The 10th dimension could only be explored by a 7th tier, and no one knew if the 10th dimension was the end at all. There might even be an 11th, 101st, or infinite dimensions. Master and the other 7th tier great elites already have some guesses, but they're currently fighting against the main body of hysteria, so they can't free themselves to take a look at it personally, so they can't confirm which guess is correct, Chu Hao said. It's almost time for us to return as well. The value of this group of primitive dimensions lay in the raw stones. After the raw stones were all mined, what was the point of them staying here any longer? Yes, get ready. We should go back. Zhou Heng nodded. Everyone needed to prepare. Many people had come to the first dimension, including celestial kings, ascending origin tiers, and so on. They needed heavenly venerates to help them transmigrate through the void. Ling Han prepared to go into seclusion. Over the years, he had obtained many 8th-grade seals. Although they had not formed a complete set, he had collected 3 super-large combination talismans. One had 32 seals, another had 36 seals, and yet another had 40. There were a total of 1,108 of them. Ling Han was only 3 seals away from collecting the whole set. However, this wasn't the most terrifying part. Once the 8th-grade seals were complete, they could be pieced together with the 9th-grade seals to form an even more astonishing set of combination seals. Coincidentally, 2 of the 3 missing 8th-grade seals would connect 2 sets of 8th-grade combination seals, and the last one would connect the 9th and 8th-grade combination seals. In other words, this was the first seal of the set of 8th-grade seals. Should he slowly collect them from opening raw stones in the future? Ling Han shook his head. All the raw stones that could have been mined had already been mined. Even if some forces still had stockpiles, who would be willing to take them out? Moreover, would it just so happen that these 3 particular seals would be unearthed? He could either wait until he reached the 5th tier or even 6th tier, and then go deeper into the 10th and 11th dimensions. He believed that there would still be a large number of raw stones for him to complete this great sequence. However, this would take too long. Therefore, he planned to go into seclusion and deduce these 3 seals himself. Chapter 2902, 2902 Successful Deduction. 2902 Successful Deduction. This was not impossible, because Ling Han already had the seal before and the seal after in the sequence, and he could use their resonance to deduce the middle one. Deducing heavenly venerable seals was a compulsory course for elites with cultivation level of 3rd tier or higher, but if he imagined it without any reference, it would be too difficult to accomplish. The level of difficulty currently experienced by Ling Han was much lower. Furthermore, he also had the experience in repairing heavenly venerable seals. The might of millions and millions of powers of dimension within his body was definitely more beneficial than what other heavenly venerates had. However, before Ling Han went into seclusion, he had also heard quite a bit of news, such as that the Grandmasters of Raw Stone had suffered retribution, given that revenge was a dish best served cold. A large number of grandmasters of raw stone had been killed, and the reason was that they had been too arrogant previously. Currently, grandmasters of raw stone were trash, so which heavenly venerate would still care? In the past, you actually dared to show your dissatisfaction to the heavenly venerates, and in fact even ordered them around? Had you no idea what kind of existence a heavenly venerate was? Even the heavens had to respect them. With the exception of a crafty old fox like Grandmaster Xianlai, who knew how to conduct himself, and was still living very comfortably, the group of raw stone grandmasters had suffered a huge blow. Their rise to fame had been sudden, and their fall was also shockingly fast. In the end, relying on others to raise one's status wasn't reliable. Only one's own strength would truly matter. Ling Han shook his head, and did not take it to heart. He began his seclusion. He observed his mind and activated the powers of dimension in his body. The two series of heavenly venerable seals glowed, and there was a faint connection between them. One set was 9th grade seals, while the other set was 8th grade seals. There was only a single seal missing in the middle to completely connect them together. This was the first thing Ling Han deduced. If he could produce this seal, then how terrifying would his boosted power be with that set of 9th grade seals and nearly 1/3 of the set of 8th grade seals? Wang, the infinite powers of dimension within his body shone, causing his mind to seemingly have become the void, illuminating the heavens. Streams of primal chaos chi gushed out from every cell, and turned into a vast ocean around him. Every strand of primal chaos chi was extremely heavy. If not for Ling Han's existence, a single strand of primal chaos chi would be able to destroy a low-level dimension. Ling Han's mind was empty, but his enlightenment was as resplendent as fireworks. It made him feel as if he could see the birth and development of the entire Genesis world. The 6 fundamental powers were the foundation, they were everything, and the heavenly venerable seals were a tool that could communicate with the fundamental powers. It was unknown how many years had passed when Ling Han's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. There were no whites in his eyes, nor were there any black pupils. There was only an expanse of primal chaos, exuding a strange aura. It was not heavenly venerable tier, but it was definitely not weaker than the heavenly venerable tier. He jolted again and woke up from this strange state. A joyous expression appeared on his face. He had finally deduced the first 8th grade seal, and it radiated within his mind. Come, my super combination seals. 144 symbols were channeled at the same time. At first, Ling Han was filled with anticipation, but a look of bewilderment immediately appeared on his face. His strength increased by 262 times. That didn't seem right. His 8th grade combination seals could already increase his strength by 257 times. Then, further connected with the complete 9th grade combination seals, the increase in power should definitely exceed 300 times. Why was it so low? This was because the 9th grade seals couldn't be combined with the 8th grade seals, and it was as if one was just channeling irrelevant heavenly venerable seals. No matter how many there were, only the most powerful heavenly venerable seal could be effective. In Ling Han's case, this was the most powerful set of combination seals displaying its might. This was strange, the heavenly venerable seal he deduced had to be correct. Otherwise, it would be impossible to increase the power of the 8th grade combination seals. But why couldn't it be combined with the 9th grade combination seals? Could it be that he needed a complete set of 8th grade combination seals? Ling Han decided to continue deducing. He only needed 2, and they both had adjacent heavenly venerable seals to resonate with, so deducing them was still not too difficult. He went into seclusion again. Time flew by, and it was unknown how many years had passed. Ling Han comprehended the second 8th grade seal, and connected the original 2 sets of 8th grade seals together. The increase in power instantly exceeded 400 times. He didn't stop, and continued to deduce the last 8th grade seal. Time was meaningless to him as once again countless years had passed, and Ling Han awakened for the third time. 8th grade seals, set complete. Come on, come on. Ling Han couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. This time it ought to work, right? He channeled all the 9th and 8th grade seals. Wang, all 222 heavenly venerable seals lit up in unison. Feng, the secret chamber where he was cultivating in seclusion immediately exploded, and a terrifying power shot into the sky, breaking through the sealed barrier of this dimension and piercing into the void. After the passing of so many years, there weren't many people left here, but there were some people who were still hopeful after all and were exploring. There might still be some raw stones left behind. However, at this moment, everyone felt a chill in their heart. Looking at the pillar of light soaring into the sky, everyone with cultivation level below the heavenly venerable tier knelt down, and even the heavenly venerates themselves felt their hearts race. The seals within their bodies were automatically channeled, cheering excitedly, as if they wanted to submit to that pillar of light. A complete set of heavenly venerable seals surpassing a first-grade seal was too terrifying. However, Ling Han was not happy, because he discovered that the 2 strings of heavenly venerable seals could not display their might at the same time. His power had increased by an astonishing 999 times, but this was the power of the 8th grade seals. The 9th grade seals were completely ineffective. How strange. He had already gathered all the 8th grade seals, so why couldn't he combine them with the 9th grade seals? Was it impossible to combine them at all, or did he have to gather all the heavenly venerable seals before they could take effect? If it was the former, then there was no need to mention anything else. If it was the latter, then the time required to collect them would be unimaginably long, and in fact, there might never be a day when this goal could be completed. Ling Han stopped channeling the heavenly venerable seals, and slowly nodded. Lin Luo had divided all the heavenly venerable seals into 9 levels. It seemed that it wasn't just because of the difference in the increase in power, but also because they had their own characteristics. This was the only way to distinguish them. See, 8th grade seals were adjacent to 9th grade seals. They could resonate and sense each other, but they can't take effect at the same time. Ling Han had nothing to be dissatisfied with. He now possessed a complete set of 8th grade combination seals, and his power could be increased by nearly 1,000 times. This was too terrifying. Even if he were to encounter Xin Chihu again, he was confident that he could fight to his heart's content. Time to go out and take a look. When he came out of seclusion, the Empress and the others were already waiting for him, and the time they had been waiting had shockingly reached 30 billion years. Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't seem to have spent much time, so how could 30 billion years be gone just like that? Let's return to the Flaming Frost Realm, the Empress said gently. Have the others all returned? Ling Han asked. Yes. Second brother, Jinxue, and the others have already returned. The Empress nodded. After 30 billion years, her cultivation level had also reached the late stage of the 3rd tier, and such speed was already considered fast. After all, there was no longer any supply of great herbs. Alright, we'll go back as well. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and all the women entered the celestial guest residence. Then, he began to shuttle through the void. More than 10 years later, he returned to the Flaming Frost Realm. Immediately, he received a message from Meng Dong. Logo. Chapter 2903, 2903 Let's Par. 2903 Let's Par. Meng Dong should indeed look for Ling Han. Back when Ling Han had completed the mission, there should have been a celebratory feast waiting for him. However, he was either busy mining or had gone into seclusion for a long time. It was impossible for Meng Dong to find him. Now that Ling Han had returned to the Flaming Frost Realm, the latter had finally arrived. Ling Han also sent out a message in reply to Meng Dong. After a while, Meng Dong arrived. "You've really made it difficult for me to find you." Meng Dong shook his head. 30 billion years had passed, and Meng Dong had already advanced to 4th tier. This speed was astonishing, and even if he was inferior to Xin Chihu and the others, he could also be considered a rarity himself. After all, in a certain sense, he was a creation of hysteria. Ling Han believed that Wuxia, Ba Duo, and the others had also advanced to the 4th tier. Ling Han couldn't help but think of himself. After more than 30 billion years, he had actually only advanced a little bit. If the middle stage to the late stage of the 3rd tier was divided into 100 steps, then he would have taken about 10 steps. At most 12. At this speed, if he wanted to reach the peak stage of 3rd tier, he would really need a whole epoch. Ling Han sighed inwardly. Without the support of great herbs and refining of the life essence of heavenly venerates, his cultivation speed was truly low. And this was still because he had obtained more than 200 heavenly venerable seals, which increased his cultivation speed by nearly 1,000 times. Otherwise, how slowly would his cultivation progress? 1,000 epochs to advance to the next tier. Ling Han didn't even dare to think about it. If that was really the case, then he would have to cultivate until God knew when. It'd be a cold day in hell when he would advance to the 7th tier. Thus Ling Han thought to himself, but his expression didn't change. He nodded, and said, "I was in seclusion all this while, and couldn't bother with anything else. Come, let me introduce you to a few brothers and sisters." Meng Dong smiled, and did not waste any time on the previous topic. "All right," Ling Han agreed. This was exactly what he wanted. Although Meng Dong had already advanced to the 4th tier, Ling Han did not take it to heart. Although Ling Han's cultivation level progressed slowly, it was only his cultivation level's increase that was slow. His strength was still rising at a terrifying rate, especially now that he had the complete set of 8th grade seals, which caused his strength to increase by nearly 1,000 times. Whom was he afraid of? Meng Dong led the way, while Ling Han followed behind. After traveling for several days, they arrived at a mountain range, and then entered a cave. It actually had a powerful effect of cutting off divine sense. Ling Han took a closer look, and saw heavenly venerable stone scraps all over the cave walls. These people were really careful. With these stone scraps blocking the sense of heavenly venerates, even if the 7th tiers returned, they might not be able to discover them. Soon, the two of them arrived at a huge underground chamber. The space was huge, as if there was another world here. Meng Dong. There were 6 people standing or sitting cross-legged. When they saw Meng Dong, they all called out. Ling Han swept his gaze over them. He recognized 2 of them. They were naturally Wuxia and Ba Duo. He didn't recognize the other 4 at all, but their cultivation level was 4th tier. No matter where they were placed, this group could be said to be extremely powerful. "Come, let's get to know each other. This is Ling Han, our last awakened brother." Meng Dong patted Ling Han's shoulder. Ling Han nodded at these people, and said, "I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I've finally met all of you." Back then, he had seen hysteria shoot out hundreds of light spots. Although most of them had been annihilated in the void, there were still more than 100 light spots that had entered various dimensions. Even if only half of them had matured, there should be about 50 of them now, far more than this number. The 4 people whom he didn't know also introduced themselves. They were Luo Ming, Yang Ke, Wu Junyi, and Xiao Ying. All of them were very arrogant. This was a kind of sense of superiority that originated from their advantage in cultivation level. "Ling Han, I heard that your tier-surpassing battle prowess was extremely formidable, and I would like to spar with you," Xiao Ying said. Their hostility was so great, and Xiao Ying already wanted to challenge Ling Han right from the start. Ling Han glanced at Ba Duo. This guy was also full of fighting spirit. It was obvious that he felt that he had reached a higher level, and was now qualified to challenge Ling Han. Sure. Ling Han nodded, appearing very indifferent. Unless his opponent was Xian Chihu, it would be really difficult for him to have much interest. His perfunctory attitude naturally made Xiaoying very dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. A cold smile appeared on his lips. His strength was not a mere boast, it was a result of genuine battles. Come and fight. He soared into the air. The space here was extremely large, and with a little control, it absolutely could allow heavenly venerates to battle. Ling Han paced into the air one step after another, put his left hand behind his back, and then hooked his right hand. Make your move. Xiaoying was even more dissatisfied. How much do you look down on me? He let out a long howl, and charged towards Ling Han. His hands turned into hammers, which he smashed towards Ling Han. Being chosen by Hysteria, each of them was a super genius. Even at 4th tier, they had a certain level of tier-surpassing battle prowess. For example, Xiaoying was only in the early stage of the 4th tier, but his battle prowess had reached the peak of the 4th tier. It was truly astonishing. It was unknown if this guy had nurtured a small world in his body, or if he had collected a lot of powers of dimension. Prior to reaching 6th tier, there was actually not much difference. The more powers of dimension he harvested, the stronger it would be as compared to the power of a small world. However, if he only harvested 10 to 20 powers of dimension, he would soon be surpassed by the power of a small world. Ling Han appeared nonchalant, and only returned Xiaoying's punch when it arrived. Pang! The power of his fist was too terrifying. When Ling Han punched out, endless primal chaos chi surged, and Xiaoying's attack power was instantly shattered. However, Ling Han did not take advantage of his victory to push his advantage. Instead, he stopped the force of his fist in time, and smiled faintly at Xiaoying. The more polite he acted, the angrier Xiaoying became. This was because this was simply a blatant disregard in Xiaoying's eyes. Xiaoying roared. Wang, he had already channeled a heavenly venerable seal. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a god, exuding a powerful aura that suppressed the heavens. First-grade seal. With a shake of his hands, his arms turned purple-golden, and strange veined patterns appeared on them. He charged out, brandishing his arms as he swept them at Ling Han. Ling Han raised his hand to receive it head-on. Peng, he felt his arm shake, and he actually felt as if it was about to break apart. Although a heavenly venerate's body was tempered by fundamental power, and it would seem as if one gained an indestructible body made of devouring metal at great accomplishment when one advanced to the 7th tier, the body could never be compared to devouring metal prior to that point. However, Xiaoying's arms gave Ling Han a feeling that this was simply a heavenly venerate tool. If he could cultivate his physique to such an extent at 4th tier, then apart from a 7th tier, could anyone else hurt him? Utterly impossible. Ling Han immediately shook his head. He dusted off his hands to dispel the numbness in his arms, and then suddenly said, "You refined the devouring metal into your body. No wonder your arms are so strong." "It's not just the arms." Xiaoying sneered, and his figure pounced forward, launching a fierce attack at Ling Han. An ancient and aged veined pattern appeared on every part of his body. Chapter 2904, 2904 Setup. 2904 Setup. It wasn't just the arms. Every part of Xiaoying's body was infused with devouring metal, making his physique incomparably powerful. He was completely unrestrained as he violently attacked Ling Han. Such a concept was very simple, but even a 6th tier heavenly venerate would not be able to do this. It seemed that it was because of hysteria that he possessed such a bizarre ability. Ling Han's power naturally far surpassed Xiaoying's. He casually attacked, and Xiaoying was sent flying. There was no need for direct contact at all. Under the suppression of his overwhelming power, this was too easy for him. It was just like how an ordinary person wouldn't be able to shatter a rock with a punch, as that would have caused them to injure their own fist instead. However, it would be a piece of cake for them to throw this rock away. Xiaofan laughed loudly. Is that all you have? Although he was continuously sent flying by Ling Han, he was completely unharmed. Ling Han was speechless. Exactly whose cultivation level was higher? You are treated like a punching bag by me, yet you still have a smug look on your face. Where does this sense of superiority come from? Ling Han didn't know where to start even if he wanted to ridicule him. We're all family. There's no need to fight for real. Meng Dong tried to mediate. That's right, Wuxia said as well. Everyone was trying to mediate the fight, so Ling Han and Xiaofan naturally couldn't continue fighting. Let's fight again next time. Xiaofan was full of fighting spirit. Whatever, Ling Han said calmly. Come, let's drink. Meng Dong smiled and called out to everyone. The 8 of them sat down and began to drink. All creations in the world were the result of the manifestation of regulations, and it was the same even for celestial king-tier great herbs. Thus, there was no wine that could make a heavenly venerate become drunk. They would absolutely be unaffected, all right? However, when Ling Han took a sip of this wine, he actually felt a wave of dizziness. He was a little puzzled. Are you surprised? Meng Dong said with a smile. This is wine refined from supremely valuable medicine. Of course, it also has an effect on heavenly venerates. So that was the case indeed? Ling Han chuckled, and continued to savor the wine, but did not swallow it. These people were all Hysteria's subordinates. Even if he had already made his way into the inner workings of the enemy camp, he still had to be careful. After all, even if these 7 people didn't intend to harm him, if they were related to Hysteria, how could this wine be consumed? Ling Han only swallowed a little bit of the wine, but the power of dimension within his body immediately started to be frantically channeled, grinding this tiny bit of effect of the wine. Instantly, the dizziness disappeared, turning into some incomparably pure power that increased his cultivation level. Ling Han wasn't sure if this was wine refined from supremely valuable medicine, but it was indeed effective in increasing one's cultivation level. Seeing that the power of dimension in his body was so awesome, Ling Han no longer controlled it, and began to drink in large mouthfuls. The power in his body surged, making him feel extremely comfortable. Drink. Meng Dong and the others also toasted repeatedly. Brother, you and Ba Duo made a great contribution last time, and we haven't organized a celebratory feast for you. This time, it's not only a welcome ceremony for you, but also a celebratory feast. Come, drink. Everyone kept urging him to drink, and Ling Han didn't refuse any of them. Very quickly, he appeared to be drunk. As Meng Dong and the others urged Ling Han to continue drinking, cold smiles gradually appeared on their faces. Little brother, you really disappoint us, Wuxia suddenly said. What do you mean? Ling Han shook his head in a daze. Do you really think that after tampering with our Lord's sphere, our Lord won't be aware of it at all? Meng Dong said coldly. Ling Han was shocked. Hysteria actually knew that its sphere had been tampered with, and could no longer corrode the flaming frost realm? This was impossible. After all, they were separated by a whole dimension. How did Hysteria sense it? To say that Hysteria had seen through it because there was not much effect on the flaming frost realm was actually not reliable. This was because even if the dimension was weakened, it would still take a period of an epoch to show any effects. What was a mere 30 billion years? It seemed that he had truly underestimated Hysteria's ability. In other words, he had not passed the loyalty test of Hysteria, and now he was going to be punished? Nonsense, you're completely slandering me. Ling Han said in a slurred tone. You still want to prevaricate at a time like this? Wuxia said coldly. Don't waste your breath on him, just kill him. Ba Duo shouted. He hated Ling Han the most. Back then, he had been knocked to the ground by Ling Han with a single punch, and this was a great humiliation to him. Meng Dong waved his hand. There's no hurry. There's a trace of our Lord's true energy in this wine. Even if our little brother's abilities are heaven-defying, it's still impossible for him to rival it. But don't worry, little brother. This trace of true energy won't do any harm to your body. Instead, it'll allow your cultivation level to improve greatly. It's just that. Ba Duo couldn't help but interrupt, you'll sleep for a long time. I know you're strong, so to be safe, I even used our Lord's true energy on you. You're really fortunate. Luo Ming gave a fake smile. None of them were reluctant, because they all had the ability to absorb the life essence of heavenly venerates and convert it into their own power to increase their cultivation level. Thus, even after Ling Han absorbed their Lord's true power, this energy would still return to them once he was killed. Of course, there would definitely be some losses, but to be able to get rid of a traitor with heaven-defying abilities like Ling Han, this small price was naturally worth it. They weren't in a hurry. Currently, Ling Han was only drunk, but he would soon fall into a deep slumber. That would make it even easier for them to get rid of him. The seven of them all looked at Ling Han with smirks on their faces, anticipating to see Ling Han reveal an expression of anger, defiant but helpless. This would make all the pores on their bodies to be opened. However, Ling Han's next action caused the corners of their mouths to twitch. This was because he reached out and snatched the wine pot, directly gulping it down in large mouthfuls. Fuck, do you think you're not dying fast enough? Meng Dong and the others were speechless. How could there be such a person? Was he out of his mind? Or was it a vicious cycle where he would get drunk to death first? Snatch it. Meng Dong was the first to react. Ling Han had already drunk enough wine, and it would be a waste to let him drink any more. This was because even if they could refine Ling Han's life essence, there was still a problem with the conversion rate, and there would be losses. The seven of them hurriedly moved to snatch the wine pot. However, even though Ling Han was drunk, shaking his head and looking as if he could collapse at any moment, he managed to avoid all the attacks of the seven people just by swaying back and forth like this while still gulping down large mouthfuls of wine. Meng Dong and the others were so anxious that their eyes turned red. Every time Ling Han drank an extra mouthful, how great of a waste would that be? Previously, they hadn't felt heartache, because that was the price they had to pay in order to take Ling Han down. However, that wasn't the case now. Put down the wine pot. Meng Dong roared as he continued to attack. Ling Han said slurringly, why should I put it down? Who do you think you are? I just want to drink to my heart's content. Chapter 2905, 2905 Fusion. 2905 Fusion. The more Meng Dong and the others fought, the more they felt it was strange. Could it be that Ling Han was really drunk and completely confused about the situation? It was really hard to believe. If he wasn't a drunkard, why would he be so greedy for wine at this time? They attacked with all their might, wanting to apprehend Ling Han, but they were unable to take him down no matter how hard they tried. Gulp. Gulp. Ling Han shook the wine pot hard, and discovered that it was already empty. He couldn't help but sigh. It was only a little bit, it was really too little. Ling Han swept his gaze over Meng Dong and the others. Alright, I'll play with you. When he said this, he was no longer drunk at all. You're not drunk. Seeing that Ling Han was so sober, Meng Dong and the others were all shocked. How could this be possible? There was a trace of their Lord's power inside, and it was definitely not something that Ling Han could dissolve. However, Ling Han was not affected in the slightest. How could they understand or accept this? You didn't drink it? Ba Duo asked. This was also possible. With the strength of a heavenly venerate, he could absolutely pretend to drink, and send the wine into another space to temporarily preserve it in reality. Ling Han shrugged, and said, "Why should I tell you?" The 7 of them were speechless. They had already fallen out with each other, so Ling Han naturally had no obligation to tell them the reason. Ling Han chuckled, and said, "However, there's no harm in telling you. Actually, this is a trap set up by our Lord. The true traitors we want to capture are actually one or several among all of you." As soon as this remark came out, Meng Dong and the others were skeptical. It was absolutely impossible for them to believe that Ling Han could neutralize their lord's methods. In that case, could it be that there really was a traitor among them? This time, it was actually a trap within a trap, and they were the ones being tested? Of course, they themselves all knew that they were innocent, but how could they guarantee that the other 6 would be the same? "Don't believe his nonsense," Meng Dong immediately said. "This kid is just lying to us. His goal is to disrupt our fighting spirit." "Not bad." Wuxia and the others instantly became apprehensive. They couldn't fall for Ling Han's evil tricks. They no longer hesitated, and all of them used their full strength to suppress Ling Han. Xiaofan charged at the very front. He was confident that his defense was invincible, and was definitely not something Ling Han could break through. Ling Han laughed coldly, and said, "Do you really think that I can't break your turtle shell?" He gathered all his strength, and suddenly threw a punch. Pang! The power of the punch turned into a point, and hit Xiao Ying's body, immediately blasting a hole in his chest, and causing blood to spurt out wildly. Meng Dong and the others were all astounded. Ling Han's power was too terrifying. With just a punch from afar, he had torn Xiao Ying's defenses apart. Ling Han took advantage of the victory to push his advantage, and with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Xiao Ying was knocked to the ground. Previously, Ling Han hadn't used his full strength at all. Under the suppression of absolute power, what was this incomplete heavenly venerate treasured physique? When Meng Dong and the others saw this, all of their hearts turned cold. They had already overestimated Ling Han's strength, so not only did they use tricks, but they also mobilized a total of 7 people, all for the sake of making sure that nothing went wrong. Who would have thought that the wine would be ineffective, and that Ling Han's battle prowess would completely crush theirs? Wang, Wang, Wang. They all channeled first-grade heavenly venerable seals, each of them different. They subsequently pressed down upon Ling Han, determined to save Xiao Ying no matter what it took. Ling Han stamped his foot down on Xiao Ying, but using this force, he bounced forth, heading straight for Ba Duo. "Haven't you always wanted to spar with me? Come, I'll let you get what you want." Meng Dong and the others all roared in anger. Ling Han's foot directly crushed Xiao Ying's head, and once his mind was broken, that heavenly venerate would also die. Pang, 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 Ling Han threw 11 consecutive punches. How could Ba Duo be worthy of contending against him? In an instant, he exploded, turning into a rain of blood. The 6 of them one had the ability to absorb life essence and transform it into their own energy. Therefore, after Xiao Ying and Ba Duo died, this energy floated toward the 6 of them. Although no one could detect it, in reality, the amount that Ling Han had obtained was a little more than the total amount of these 5 people combined. Ling Han unleashed his might, blasting Meng Dong and the others away while snatching over Xiao Ying and Ba Duo's remnant souls. He could use these to extract their heavenly venerable seals. Furthermore, he also wanted to pluck their souls to obtain more information about hysteria. For example, who were the rest of these people's accomplices? Then, he turned around, and said calmly, "Who's next?" Meng Dong and the others were all shocked. In just 1 or 2 moves, 2 of their companions had been killed by Ling Han. Then, so what if they still had 5 people? It would just take Ling Han a few more moves to be finished with them. Escape? Could they escape? Ling Han's strength was crushing them. This was not a battle between equals at all. For the main body. Meng Dong suddenly shouted, his eyes filled with madness. For the main body. Wuxia and the other three also roared. All of them seemed to have turned into lunatics. Xiao, they leaped to the side. Everyone's entire body glowed, and they actually strangely fused together. Although I'll die today, I'll only be returning to my original body, the five of them said. Boom! A ball of incomparably blazing light flashed, and all five of them disappeared. In their place was an indescribable creature. It looked a little like an octopus. It had many tentacles all over its body, but it also had a human face. When the human face split open, it turned out to be a huge mouth. Its entire body was pitch black, and emitted an incomparably evil aura. This was hysteria. No, Ling Han immediately shook his head. Hysteria was far more powerful than this, and the monster in front of him was at most at the 5th tier. The difference was too great. How did these 5 people become such a monstrous creature? The power of hysteria was definitely a contributing factor. Otherwise, how could the 5 of them have fused together? He had never heard of 2 heavenly venerates being able to fuse as one, let alone 5 of them. Since you've forced me to this point, I'll drag you down with me, the monster said. Its voice was very complicated, as if many people were speaking together, but they were surprisingly united. The monster attacked. Shua, a tentacle swung out, sweeping towards Ling Han. There was a heavenly venerable seal glowing on its body, boosting its power by more than 80 times. It was a first-grade seal. Meng Dong and the others should each have a first-grade seal. Now that the 5 of them had fused together, even if these 5 first-grade seals could not be combined, they could still take turns to display their might. Ling Han met it with a punch. Peng, the fist and the tentacle collided, instantly setting off a terrifying energy storm. In an instant, this huge cave was destroyed. Large and small pieces of rubble fell, creating a huge commotion. Damn it, you forced me to use this move. I only have 3 days left to live. If I don't slash your corpse into pieces, the hatred in my heart won't be appeased, the monster said as it attacked aggressively. After being boosted with a first-grade seal, its current strength had already completely surpassed Ling Han's, and had reached the stage of crushing him. Ling Han shook his head, and said, "So you think you won just like that?" Chapter 2906, 2906 Beaten until bursting. 2906 Beaten until bursting. Meng Dong and the others fused together, and transformed into a miniature hysteria. Swoosh! 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 Its entire body was covered in tentacles that lashed out like whips one after another with astonishing momentum. It had been enhanced with a first-grade seal, and the 5 of them had fused together, so its power had naturally skyrocketed. At the cost of sacrificing the endless lifespans of heavenly venerates, its strength experienced an inconceivable increase. Swish, swish, swish. Tentacles lashed out, bringing endless darkness and evil. To this space, it was like a calamity. Ling Han was also enhanced with a first-grade seal, and then he fought head-on with the fusion monster. Peng! 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 In the intense battle, both sides ended up in a draw. Ling Han was secretly astonished. One had to know that even if 5 4th tiers joined forces, even if all of them were at the peak stage of the 4th tier, it was still impossible for them to push their power to the 5th tier. However, not only did these 5 people achieve this, they had also reached the middle stage of the 5th tier, and were not inferior to him at all. As expected of a creation of hysteria, having all kinds of special abilities. Ling Han, you only have 1 first-grade seal, and that can only last for 2 hours. At that time, let's see what other methods you have to fight me, the fusion body roared. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "Don't celebrate too early." He wanted to see just what kind of ability a creation of hysteria would possess, so he didn't unleash his battle prowess to the extreme. Instead, he focused on countering the other party's move one after another. However, after going back and forth for 2 hours, the fusion body still didn't have any new moves, much to his disappointment. "It's time for you to die." Meng Dong's fusion body shouted as he channeled another Heavenly Venerable Seal. This was also a first-grade Heavenly Venerable Seal, and enhanced its power by more than 80 times, allowing its battle prowess to remain unchanged. As for Ling Han, he only had one first-grade seal, and it would be gone once the energy release was over. Die! The fusion body opened its huge mouth, and countless weapons instantly gushed out, turning into raindrops that slashed towards Ling Han. Now, this secret technique was executed with the battle prowess of the 5th tier, and with the first-grade seal amplifying its power by more than 80 times, its might was incomparably terrifying. Ling Han shook his head, and all the 8th-grade seals lit up at the same time, illuminating the heavens within his body. Hong, his power soared by 1,000 times. Pang! He only threw a simple punch, but the weapons that were attacking him were completely shattered at the same time. The power of his fist did not diminish at all, and it continued to surge forward at an extremely fast speed. The fusion body didn't even have time to react before a large hole was blasted open in its chest, and black blood gushed out uncontrollably. It wanted to speak, but it couldn't utter a single word. Pa, pa, pa. The tentacles on its body fell off one after another, followed by flesh and blood, which soon scattered into bloody mud all over the ground. Under Ling Han's punch, its whole body was already shattered. That was a power enhancement of 1,000 times. At the 5th tier, Ling Han would definitely be capable of killing anyone in his way. Wang. However, the fusion body's spirit did not immediately dissipate, turning into a final wave of attack that surged towards Ling Han. This attack was too fast. Ling Han had only just reacted when this attack wave had already rushed into his mind, intending to cause great destruction and destroy his will. However, without any initiative on his part, the millions and millions of powers of dimension in his body automatically channeled at the same time, turning into millstones that could crush anything. The impact from this divine sense attack was very strong. It was originally strong enough to pierce through a 5th tier's mind, but after being crushed by the millstone, the shock wave split into millions and millions of small fragments, and then completely shattered. There was no longer the slightest threat. Meng Dong and the others let out unwilling wails, but they couldn't reverse the inevitable outcome, and dissipated one after another. Ling Han made his move, wanting to capture their remnant souls. However, he discovered that a black shadow had risen from their blood, and had transformed into hysteria again. However, it was smaller, only the size of a fist, yet the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Even Ling Han couldn't help but stop in his tracks and cease his movements. This still couldn't be the main body of hysteria, but it was very likely a projected doppelganger that had temporarily descended with the blood essence of Meng Dong and the others. However, hysteria did not make a move. It only stared at Ling Han, and waved its countless tentacles. Hong, it suddenly dissipated and vanished into thin air. Only then did Ling Han heave a sigh of relief. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous in the face of this most ferocious creature in all of history. Oh no, I've been tricked. He suddenly reacted and reached out to grab at the air. However, he missed because the remnant souls of Meng Dong and the others had completely disappeared. Only then did he realize why Hysteria's doppelganger hadn't made a move. It was impossible for the other party to make a move. It was just an empty shell that had frightened him. And why did it do that? It was naturally to prevent him from seizing the souls of Meng Dong and the others and reading their secrets, including the heavenly venerable seals and the identities of the other survivors. Fuck. Ling Han gritted his teeth. He had always been the one to scare others, but he had unexpectedly been tricked by hysteria this time. He felt that it was a pity. He could have gotten 5 more first-grade seals. 5, a whopping 5 of them. Moreover, these 5 people actually didn't contribute any life essence. Is this because of the appearance of hysteria's consciousness, or was it due to the fusion of these 5 people? Forget it, at least I obtained 2. Moreover, I should be able to read the information of the other survivors from these 2 people. Ling Han began to refine the remnant souls of Xiaoying and Ba Duo, extracting what he needed from them. As for the heavenly venerable seals, it went very smoothly. He quickly obtained 2 first-grade seals, as well as a number of 9th and 8th grade seals. He left out the duplicates and sealed them in heavenly venerable stone scraps. However, the list of remaining survivors left Ling Han somewhat speechless. This was because the list obtained from the 2 of them was completely different. Moreover, there were as many as 200 people on each list, including people like Zhou Heng and Chu Hao. All of them had become traitors. Of course, this was impossible. In other words, these people had already made preparations for this. Even if they died, it would be impossible for others to obtain any useful information through a soul search of their remnant souls. If they were to hunt according to these 2 lists, there might really be a few hysteria moles among them, but the majority of them were innocent people. At that time, the entire world would be in chaos, and the number of heavenly venerates would also wither to an unbelievable extent. Ling Han shook his head. He also gave up on taking Xiaoying and Ba Duo's first-grade seals for himself. He was already powerful enough, and the Empress and Hunyo lacked high-level heavenly venerable seals. Thus, he planned to let the 2 women master these 2 seals. The 2 women came out of the celestial guest residence. After hearing what Ling Han said, they didn't stand on ceremony, and each took 1 heavenly venerable seal. Then, they proceeded to enter into seclusion in the celestial guest residence to refine them. Ling Han set off again to find Zhou Heng and the others. Chapter 2907, 2907 The Realm Battlefield reopens. 2907 The Realm Battlefield reopens. After so many years, most of the heavenly venerates had already returned to the Flaming Frost Realm, and continued to do whatever they should be doing. However, the previous situation had already stabilized, and the strength of the various forces was about the same. Very few forces took the initiative to start a war, because this might allow a third party to reap the benefits. The entire world might not be peaceful now, but there were basically no large-scale wars. It was as if they had arrived at a golden age of cultivation. Although the competition was incomparably intense, the overall environment was good. Ling Han returned to the Lin clan's ancestral grounds, and asked to meet Lin Xiaoyang and the others. He explained what had happened previously, which made Lin Xiaoyang and the other 2 feel extremely shocked. Hysteria's creations can actually fuse together? This has never happened before. This should be a special case. Otherwise, we would have seen it on the realm battlefield long ago. Yes, even with Hysteria's methods, it has only nurtured more than 100 people after so many years. This shouldn't be enough to become a catastrophe. After the 3 6th-tier elites had a serious discussion, they felt that there was no need to be too vigilant. When they heard that they themselves were actually remnants of Hysteria as well, they couldn't help but laugh. This Hysteria was really trying to drive a wedge between them. Ling Han chatted with Zhou Heng and the other 2 for a long time. The 3 elites were all very warm to him, and looked forward to his future achievements. Ling Han then left and returned to his Ling city. The large black dog, the karmic life heavenly venerable, Ji Wuming, and the others had returned a long time ago. Their strength had all improved greatly. After all, that lost dimension had too many opportunities. For example, Ji Wuming and Hua Furong had already advanced to the 3rd tier, and even the large black dog had advanced to the 2nd tier, while Ling Han himself had yet to advance. This made him sigh ruefully that the heavens were really blind. What do you mean by the heavens being blind? Grandpa Dog was born to be wise and mighty and decide the world on his own terms, the large black dog boasted shamelessly. If the heavens don't take it well, Grandpa Dog will slaughter the heavens. In the end, Ling Han kicked him into a ditch. The current situation was extremely harmonious. Everyone cultivated, and when they were bored, they would discuss cultivation. It was as if the world was truly at peace. However, it didn't take long before someone came looking for trouble. This was a 6th-tier heavenly venerate, Yu Chengwang's father, Yu Borong. In the past, Yu Chengwang had died at Ling Han's hands. After Yu Borong learned of the news, he would definitely want to take Ling Han down and avenge his son's death. It was just that everyone had been searching for raw stone mines at the time, and that was too important. An elite like Yu Borong was able to take things as they came, so he naturally knew which to prioritize. Moreover, there were multiple dimensions there, and it was extremely difficult to find a person there. Yu Borong naturally wouldn't waste time. Now that the outcome had been decided, Yu Borong naturally had a lot of time, and wanted to avenge his son. However, Zhou Heng and the other two were filled with anticipation for Ling Han now. How could they hand him over? Yu Borong was very domineering. He threatened that if Zhou Heng and the other two did not hand Ling Han over, a war would inevitably break out. With how Zhou Heng and the other two could reach the 6th tier, they naturally had experienced and gone through countless storms. How could they be intimidated by such a threat? They had no fear. Should you wish to fight, then you would get the war that you wanted. Both sides were on the verge of a fight. Both sides summoned a large number of people to confront each other at the outermost perimeter of the Lin clan's ancestral grounds. However, in the instant that the great battle was about to erupt, all 6th-tier elites on both sides revealed expressions of rapt attention. After a long while, they all revealed shocked expressions. "Go back," Yu Borong immediately said. He waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately retreated like a tide. Why did they suddenly stop fighting? Ling Han naturally couldn't stay out of this. He had been standing at the side the entire time, and was also very confused now. This formation had already been set up so fiercely, and all that was left was for the big shots of both sides to wave their hands, and then start a bloodbath. However, they actually retreated at a time like this? How strange. Lin Xiaoyan opened his mouth, and said with a boom, "I just received a message from the 7th tiers. The energy storm in the realm battlefield is rapidly dissipating, and it's very likely that it will stabilize within 1,000,000,000 years. What? When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The realm battlefield was about to reopen? Didn't they say that the energy storm would last endlessly? Why did they suddenly say that it would disappear in 1,000,000,000 years? One shouldn't think that 1,000,000,000 years was very long. To heavenly venerates, they might not even be able to take a small step forward in their cultivation with this little amount of time. When seen from that perspective, 1,000,000,000 years was really very short. Furthermore, once the energy storm was gone, the Hysteria's army would definitely make a comeback. They had to immediately set up the city defenses. Otherwise, if they went to face the Hysteria's army that had been accumulating for hundreds of billions of years, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Why? How was that possible? Back then, when the energy storm was raging, even the 7th tiers were certain that this sort of situation would most likely continue forever. But now, just how long had it been? Not even a single epoch had passed. Everyone was at a loss. Were they going back to face that terrifying Hysteria's army again? This caused many people to feel at a loss, and an aversion to war arose among them. There was a saying that it was easy to become extravagant when one was frugal, but it was difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. Similarly, just how many people would still have a willpower as firm as iron when they were used to being at ease, and had to enter that bloody and cruel war? But what could they do? Every person knew that everyone would die if hysteria successfully invaded. Many people began to wonder if the energy storm back then had been a scheme created by hysteria to let them get used to ease and disintegrate their fighting spirit. It had even made them kill each other, greatly weakening their strength. Zhou Heng and the other two had naturally guessed this long ago, but they had not expected that this day would have come so quickly. They had thought that there would be a buffer period of 1 or 2 epochs. Fortunately, the discovery of the primitive dimension had made the surviving heavenly venerates much stronger. This was good news. But at the same time, there was also a piece of bad news. Extremely bad news. So many years of killing each other had planted the notion that others were unreliable in the hearts of every heavenly venerate. How could they still trust their comrades and leave their backs to others? But no matter what, this was a battle that they had to face. All the 6th tier elites took action, bringing the remaining heavenly venerates to the realm battlefield. As expected, the energy storm was rapidly dissipating like an ebbing tide. Even though this battlefield was incomparably huge, if the energy storm was ebbing on both sides at the same time, it would only take about 1 billion years for the energy storm to completely disappear. At that time, the Hysteria's army would be able to charge over from the other side. Forward. We need to keep the front line as far forward as possible. The energy storm retreated, and they advanced. Soon, they arrived at the place where space overlapped. Previously, this place had been divided into 8 levels, corresponding to the 8 cultivation levels from the pseudo-heavenly venerable tier to 7th tier. Although 7th tier could also enter the first spatial level, their battle prowess would be suppressed, and they would be unable to unleash their full strength. This was the realm war, and the Genesis world determined the rules of the battle. Even 7th tiers had to follow the rules of the game. However, when everyone arrived, they discovered that the space here had been severely damaged. Chapter 2908, 2908 Ling Xi returns. 2908 Ling Xi returns. This is different. Other people have opened their doors and established their respective forces. Their clothes have clear signs on them, making it obvious at a glance, he said. Let's get a uniform set of clothes too. Let others see that we're from the Ling Alliance, and they won't dare to provoke us. Woof, woof, woof. Grandpa Dog was almost slaughtered a few days ago and made into braised dog meat. Look, Grandpa Dog's tail is bald. The large black dog turned around, and his tail was seen poking out of his iron underwear. It was completely bald. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Haven't you always been very slippery? How did you end up in such a miserable state? Brat, Grandpa Dog was about to be killed by someone, and you're still laughing?" The large black dog stomped his paws, fuming. Ling Han nodded, and said, "All right, we'll also form an alliance here, and officially establish a force." They acted resolutely, and immediately began to make preparations. They announced the establishment of the Ling Alliance, with Ling Han as the alliance leader. The heavenly venerates in the alliance included the Empress, Hunyo, the Rain Emperor, Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, the large black dog, Ling Jinxue, Ling Fifan, Ji Wuming, Hua Ferong, Shichanzi, Yi, and so on. There weren't many heavenly venerates, but with Ling Han holding down the fort, this was a powerful banner. After hundreds of thousands of years, Ling Xi and Fu Tianqing returned. Contrary to Ling Han's expectations, Fu Tianqing had not only advanced to the heavenly venerable tier, but had also in fact advanced to the 3rd tier in one go. In terms of cultivation level, he was already not inferior to his master, and Ling Xi was not far behind either, and had similarly advanced to the 3rd tier. This made Ling Han sigh ruefully. The new generation surpassed the old. His daughter's strength was within his expectations, but he did not expect that this disciple who had been abducted by his daughter would also be so freakish. It was as if he had the intention of catching up to him. Of course, Ling Xi and Fu Tianqing had only caught up in terms of cultivation level. When it came to strength in a battle between equals, no one could compare to Ling Han. Like Ling Xi, Fu Tianqing also contained a small world formed from the collision of two dimensions. As long as he continued to grow stronger, his future would be limitless. It was very likely that he would become another Xin Chihu and Wu Haoyang. The return of these two people greatly increased the strength of the Ling alliance. Ling Xi and Fu Tianqing were also in love with each other, and were preparing to get married. When Ling Han found out, he almost couldn't resist killing Fu Tianqing. Chapter 2909, 2909 Wedding and Assault. 2909 Wedding and Assault. Of course, this was only an idea. Firstly, Ling Xi would definitely not have it, and secondly, Ling Han could not bring himself to kill Fu Tianqing. After all, he was a disciple that he had personally taught. However, when Ling Han thought about how his daughter, such a delicate flower, was about to be stolen by that brat, Ling Han couldn't help but feel furious. No matter how he looked at Fu Tianqing, he was still displeased. He reluctantly arranged a wedding for the two of them. Of course, Ling Han was also a celebrity now. Who didn't know that he was freakish? While being at 3rd tier, he could already fight Xin Chihu who was a 4th tier, and his future prospects were limitless. Thus, when they learned that he was going to marry off his daughter, the people who came to offer their congratulations came in waves. On the day of Ling Xi's wedding, there were as many guests as there were clouds in the skies. Miss Lin, I didn't expect you to give me face. Ling Han was surprised because even Lin Yolian had come. It wasn't Ling Han's wedding, so Lin Yolian had given him enough face by deigning to attend. Lin Yolian only smiled and nodded. She had never been competitive or angry, she was actually very similar to Ling Xi. When the auspicious time arrived, everyone came to the hall, ready to witness the most important moment in the couple's lives. Woo! At this moment, an ancient and melodious horn sounded, startling everyone. The Hysteria army is attacking, someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. This day had finally arrived. Lin Yolian immediately displayed her calm side as the commander-in-chief, and said, "Everyone, go below the city wall immediately." Understood. All the heavenly venerates obeyed and set off one after another. Ling Han also nodded at the people from the Ling Alliance. Let's go. Everyone arrived at the city wall. Some were making preparations below, while others stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. The raging energy storm was about to disappear, and through the thin shroud remaining of the energy storm, one could see rows of Hysteria troops that were ready to attack. It was too easy to distinguish them, and it was extremely obvious that they had many heads and limbs. Their unique traits were extremely apparent. As long as the energy storm completely dissipated, this iron-blooded army would charge over. They had no mercy. Not only did they not care about the lives of their enemies, but they also did not care about the lives of their companions. Everyone's heart constricted. This was the most crucial battle. As long as they could withstand this wave of attacks, everything would be fine. However, if they couldn't, they might be defeated. The energy storm became weaker and weaker, and when there was only a tiny bit left, some irritable Hysteria troops became the first ones to rush out. However, after being sucked in and ground to nothing by the energy storm, even 5th tiers were instantly wiped out. One had to know that this was something only 7th tiers, who were indestructible and immortal, could withstand. However, after only a few breaths' time, the energy storm finally disappeared completely. Boom! The Hysteria army suddenly erupted with a terrifying whistling sound. Instantly, this army moved, charging towards them like an avalanche. Attack! Xin Chihu commanded, and several thousand heavenly venerates on the city wall attacked at the same time. Instantly, streaks of brilliance shot out, and even the sky lost its color, leaving only these attacks dancing wildly. Most of these were 5th tiers attacks. Although long-range attacks would be slightly weaker in terms of power, they were still very powerful. Boom! This wave of attacks fell, and the Hysteria's army collapsed in large numbers. These were all cannon fodder with cultivation level below the 5th tier, but those at the 5th tier were practically unharmed, and were charging forward faster and faster. "Prepare for close combat," Wu Haoyang shouted. He took out a saber and floated in midair, casting down a golden light. When the Hysteria army rushed past the city wall and collided with this golden light, a large number of heavenly venerates were immediately destroyed. He was an elite with 6th tier battle prowess, and here he was almost like a cheat. Lin Yolian and Xin Chihu also released their respective precious tools. Although their martial prowess was outstanding, they could not kill recklessly here. They had to prioritize the overall situation. Their most important mission was to minimize their own losses. Otherwise, Hysteria would have been able to continuously send out an army, and one more of their number dying would mean one less soldier. However, Ling Han did not have such scruples. He let out a long howl, and took the initiative to attack. He channeled the heavenly venerable seals, drew his divine demon sword, and began a massacre. Pu. His battle prowess was now at the peak stage of the 5th tier, and those who had not reached 5th tier were absolutely not Ling Han's match, and were not able to withstand a single blow from him. Streaks of ink-black blood splashed out, and the Hysteria's troops that died in his hands instantly exceeded 100. However, Ling Han was surprised to discover that he had not absorbed the slightest bit of life essence. The Hysteria's troops weren't considered as lives? He recalled that he hadn't been able to absorb any life essence after killing Meng Dong's group either. It seemed that this was a special characteristic of Hysteria they could only absorb and not release. Previously, when Xiaoying and Ba Duo died, their life essence would overflow because they were indeed human at that time. However, after Meng Dong and the others fused together, it was different. It was as if they had summoned a portion of Hysteria. It was completely a characteristic of Hysteria. This made Ling Han very disappointed. He had originally thought that given that the realm battlefield had reopened, he could use this to quickly increase his cultivation level. He had not expected that killing the Hysteria army was basically meaningless. He roared loudly and channeled the first-grade heavenly venerable seal, stimulating his battle prowess to an even more terrifying level as he unleashed a merciless massacre. The number of Hysteria troops was astonishing, but there was also a flaw. None of them had mastered heavenly venerable seals. One could imagine how difficult it was to bestow heavenly venerable seals on others. One could only sever them from oneself. Even Hysteria, as a dimension itself, should be greatly restricted. In this way, within the 5th tier's ranks, the Hysteria troops that could suppress Ling Han didn't exist at all, allowing him to charge about recklessly. However, he only had 5th tier battle prowess, after all. Facing a battle prowess of hundreds of thousands of enemies of the same level, even Ling Han would not be able to withstand it. Under the fierce and violent bombardment of the enemy, he got injured swiftly, and had no choice but to retreat behind the city wall to catch his breath. This was definitely not a quick battle that could be ended swiftly, so he could not be too anxious. What if he encountered danger after he has revealed all his trump cards at once? Lin Yolian and the other two were in charge. They were incomparably powerful, and were completely focused on defense. Naturally, they formed an insurmountable barrier and guarded firmly. If anyone encountered danger, they would immediately make a move to render assistance. Without these three people, the casualties of Ling Han and the others would have increased by more than tenfold. If anyone could not hold on any longer, they would hide within the protection range of their three precious tools. The area covered by such a protection range was very small, but it formed an absolute defense. The Hysteria's army could not break through at all, because this was the might of the 6th tier. The Hysteria troops were endless, ranging from 9th heaven celestial kings to 5th tier heavenly venerates. The number of monsters at each cultivation level was also astonishingly large, and there were hundreds of thousands of monsters at the 5th tier. Compared to the Flaming Frost Realm's mere 1,000-odd people, they were suppressed by more than 100-fold in terms of quantity. This battle lasted for a full 3 months before the follow-up troops from Hysteria's side were finally sparse, and it was no longer as overwhelming as before. This was a great victory, but at the same time, it was also a tragic victory. The number of heavenly venerates who had died in battle was as high as 10,000. Although it was pitifully small compared to the number of Hysteria's combatants, how many heavenly venerates were there in the Flaming Frost Realm? Chapter 2910, 2910 Decapitation Operation. 2910 Decapitation Operation. The battle ended, and the surviving heavenly venerates immediately started healing themselves. The next battle could break out at any time, and they had to ensure that they were in prime condition. Otherwise, it was possible that they would not be able to stay alive to continue fighting in the next battle after that. Merely 3 years later, Hysteria's troops made a comeback. However, this time was slightly different. Hysteria's army had actually set up camp for the first time, and did not attack at the first instance. In the past, Hysteria's troops wouldn't have done this. They would attack the moment they appeared because they didn't have any intelligence. Their only thought was slaughter and battle. Hence, the fact that they had actually set up camp as if they were going to have a long-term standoff against the Flaming Frost army was unfathomable to everyone. When Hysteria created its monsters, it would only have standards in terms of number and battle prowess. It would not bestow them with corresponding intelligence. Because with intelligence, there would be many disadvantages, such as fear of death or thoughts of betrayal, like those surviving dregs of Hysteria that had been trapped in the past. It had been too long, and they had developed self-intelligence. They had actually betrayed Hysteria. For Hysteria, freedom of will was a type of poison. To avoid trouble, it directly skipped over the aspect of intelligence. In any case, its creations were simple. Even if 100 heavenly venerates had to be sacrificed in exchange for one Flaming Frost Realm elite, it would still be worth it. Of course, it could also strengthen its control while bestowing intelligence, but this would greatly increase the difficulty of creation. The number of troops it could create at the same time could possibly decrease by 100 or even 1,000 times. Thus, the fact that Hysteria's army didn't possess intelligence was also due to compromising in exchange for ease of creation. But now, these Hysteria troops actually knew to set up camp, which naturally made everyone feel very curious and even feel a chill. If these troops had really developed intelligence, then added with the overwhelming numbers, just what kind of terrifying battle prowess would they unleash? Just the thought of it was enough to make one shudder. The Hysteria army did not attack, and the Flaming Frost army naturally would not take the initiative to attack either. If they lost the defense of the city wall, they would lose their greatest advantage. That would really be too dangerous. This situation continued for several thousands of years, and the Hysteria troops finally unleashed a new wave of assault. Of course, it was not as strong as the last time. After all, these were troops that had been accumulating for hundreds of billions of years, so how could they possibly gather such terrifying numbers again in a short several thousand years? But this time, Hysteria's army actually turned into over 100 separate troops, each led by a monster, and launched an attack on the city defense. Everyone could clearly see that though those leading monsters also looked too horrible to look at, their eyes were filled with the light of intelligence. They finally understood that the majority of Hysteria's troops were still simple-minded, and only knew how to fight and kill. However, Hysteria had bestowed considerable intelligence on these leading monsters. The leaders were heavenly venerates, and once they had been bestowed with intelligence, they should be able to improve endlessly. It was unknown whether they would betray Hysteria one day, but for the present, they were definitely not so easily dealt with. They only needed to command reasonably, and that was enough to increase the overall strength of the Hysteria troops by a large margin. This battle was very arduous. The city wall was conquered, conquered, and then regained in an endless tug-of-war. It was clear that the military strength this time was far lower, but they had still fought for more than half a year before finally eliminating all Hysteria's troops, and the price paid by the Flaming Frost army was naturally even greater. The only fortunate thing was that the heavenly venerates that had died in battle on their side were mostly first-tier or second-tier heavenly venerates. Their main battle prowess hadn't suffered too many losses, but they would suffer heavy losses in the subsequent battles. What fourth tier or fifth tier had not cultivated all the way from first tier and second tier? The short period of peace only lasted for 7 years, and Hysteria's army appeared again. This time, they still set up camp outside the city, clearly planning to do it again. This caused all the heavenly venerates to shiver, thinking that the enemy definitely could not be allowed to accumulate troops like this. Otherwise, the losses would be too terrifying. Lin Yolian and the others also gathered the 5th-tier elites to discuss how to deal with this new Hysteria army. Though Ling Han was only a 3rd tier, his battle prowess was at the 5th tier, so he was naturally invited as well. Everyone came up with ideas and suggestions. No matter how great their past conflicts were, when it came to dealing with Hysteria, they had to be united. There was naturally no one who did not understand this logic. Some advocated taking the initiative to attack so they would not give Hysteria's army time to accumulate troops, while others advocated carrying out a decapitation operation. As long as those intelligent leaders were killed, Hysteria's army would return to its original state, which was not much different from before. If they took the initiative to attack, they would lose the protection of the city's defenses, so even if they could win, it would be a narrow victory, and would not be worth it at all. A decapitation operation? This was possible, but how was one supposed to sneak into the enemy camp without a sound and kill a considerable number of leaders that were at the heavenly venerable tier? Would Xin Chihu and the other 2 with 6th tier battle prowess undertake this mission? The problem was that 6th tiers were not gods in front of 5th tiers either. There were at least tens of thousands of 5th tiers in Hysteria's army, and if one was besieged by these elites, even a 6th tier would be ganged up on and killed. These 3 people were too important, who would dare have them take the risk? Then if these 3 people could not be mobilized, who would be sent to carry out this mission? I suggest that Ling Han goes, Xin Chihu suddenly said. Though Ling Han is only a 3rd tier, his battle prowess can practically sweep aside all 5th tiers. He is the most suitable candidate to complete this mission. Lin Yolian was just about to object and she saw that a great many 5th-tier elites were already nodding slowly. Some people really thought that Ling Han was suitable for this mission, while others hoped that he would die. For example, Nailan Xiong, whose younger brother was killed by Ling Han, and Qi Xian, whose ally Fei Wu had been killed by Ling Han. Let's vote. Those who think that Ling Han should go, please raise your hands. Xin Chihu did not give Lin Yolian the chance to speak at all, and directly proceeded to the stage where everyone would be voting. More than half of the people raised their hands, directly bringing this matter to a final conclusion. Ling Han, I'll hand this mission to you. You are in charge of selecting teammates. Quality is more important than quantity. At most, there can only be 10 of you. Otherwise, there is no need to draw near at all, as you guys will be discovered before that, Xin Chihu said seriously. He seemed to be supporting Ling Han, but this was a mission that was similar to suicide. Who would be willing to go with Ling Han? It should be known that if one wanted to return to the enemy camp, one would have to have 5th-tier battle prowess at the very least. Then, now that all those with battle prowess of the 5th tier were here, they were very clear that this mission was extremely difficult. Who would be so foolish as to go with Ling Han? And if Ling Han refused? That Xin Chihu might flip out and use the excuse that Ling Han did not obey military command to kill him. This was the battlefield, and the greatest taboo was not obeying military command of a senior officer. Ling Han looked at Xian Chihu in surprise. He hadn't realized this before. How could this guy be so vicious? Don't waste time. Otherwise, there will be more and more Hysteria's troops, and it will be even more impossible for us to succeed. Xian Chihu smiled, and looked at Ling Han. In 3 days, select the members of your small team. You must set out then. Chapter 2911, 2911 Pressing a handprint. 2911 Pressing a handprint. No refusal was allowed, no argument was allowed. Xian Chihu brought out his authority as the commander-in-chief, and directly gave Ling Han a mission that could be said to be extremely dangerous. He looked at Ling Han with a calm smile, a hint of arrogance at the corners of his lips. This was telling Ling Han that he had clearly and truly done it on purpose. If Ling Han had the ability, he could go bite him. If he couldn't, he could only submit and accept. At this moment, Ling Han genuinely wanted to wash his hands of this matter. Fuck, he had come to fight against Hysteria's troops, not to be bullied, and definitely not to be screwed over. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Xian Chihu could use his public office to avenge a personal grudge, but Ling Han could not be impulsive and rash. It could be said that if there was anyone in this world that could truly solve the great problem of hysteria, it would definitely be him. Though Ling Han was presently unable to absorb the life essence of Hysteria's troops that had died in battle, his cultivation level still increased faster than while cultivating in seclusion during the intense battle because he was a battle maniac. Nurturing himself through battle was the fastest way for him to improve himself. In this place, his cultivation speed was the fastest, and no one knew how much time was left for them. Hysteria's trump cards came one after another. Even 7th-tier elites could only barely hold back its main body, and could not free themselves at all. It was needless to say who was better and who was worse. Ling Han had to advance his cultivation level as soon as possible, and reach the 6th tier or even the 7th tier. That way, even if the powers of dimension in his body hadn't reached great accomplishment level yet, a 7th tier him would still be undying and indestructible. At the very least, being a 7th tier would give him unlimited possibilities. Hence, Ling Han swallowed his anger, his eyes making direct contact with Xian Chihu. This bastard, he called himself the greatest prodigy of all eternity, yet used public office to avenge a private grudge. When Ling Han advanced to the 4th tier or 5th tier, he would definitely thrash this bastard. So what if Xian Chihu had a 7th tier elite backing him? Ling Han would definitely kill him. Go on. Xian Chihu flicked his hand, looking like he was shooing someone away. Ling Han and the others did not say anything. They merely turned around and left. Not long after, Lin Yolian walked over. Ling Han, do you blame me? She asked apologetically. Ling Han shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. However, Lin Yolian said, in this expedition, my brother warned me to prioritize Xian Chihu in all matters. If he makes a decision, I can't disobey him. There was such a thing? Ling Han was surprised. Lin Xiaoyang should be aware of the conflict between him and Xian Chihu, right? Why would he deliberately add a restrictive curse on Lin Yolian to deter her from doing anything? Had Lin Xiaoyang not foreseen that Xian Chihu would be so short-sighted, using public office to avenge a private grudge, or did he have another motive? Ling Han thought for a while, and then immediately shook his head. There was definitely no problem with Lin Xiaoyang. A mission is a mission, but completing it is another matter, Lin Yolian said. No one has made it a rule that a mission must be successful, especially for such a large mission. Do you understand? Ling Han nodded. What Lin Yolian meant was that he only needed to go through the motions for this decapitation mission, and penetrating deep into the enemy camp was practically an action of suicide. However, Ling Han was unafraid because he could traverse the Genesis world. With his present strength, even the realm battlefield wouldn't be able to stop him from traversing freely. Thus, there was absolutely no problem for him to ensure his own safety. That was also the reason why he had not turned and flipped out on the spot. Ling Han wanted to see what kind of expression Xin Chihu's face would show when he returned with the corpses of the leaders of the enemy troops. Lin Yolian left very quickly. She was one of the commanders-in-chief, and now there were a great many matters that she had to deal with. Ling Han, someone called out from outside his stone house. Ling Han walked out to take a look, only to see that it was an unfamiliar 5th-tier elite. Nalan Xiong, this elite introduced himself, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Realization instantly dawned on Ling Han. This was Nalanda's older brother. Had he come to avenge his brother's death? You want to register with me and participate in the decapitation mission? Ling Han was all smiles. Brother Nalan really has the whole world in your considerations. I am impressed. Come, let us make history together so that future generations will remember Brother Nalan forever. Fuck. Nalan Xiong was dumbfounded. He had come to watch Ling Han make a fool of himself, and take advantage of the opportunity to ridicule him. That was because whether Ling Han acted on impulse and really went to the enemy camp, or disobeyed orders, both would have terrible consequences for Ling Han. But Ling Han actually wanted to pull him into the decapitation mission? Creating a history together my A*S. That would be seeking death. Furthermore, just listen to what Ling Han said. Nalan Xiong was the only one who would be remembered? In other words, he would die in battle? Why aren't you the one who will be dying? Nalan Xiong had heard of Ling Han's toxic tongue, but he had not thought that it could be toxic to this extent. Merely a few simple words were enough to make him feel stifled. Come, give me your handprint, and you'll be one of the members of my death squad, no, decapitation mission. Ling Han retrieved a piece of paper and stretched out his hand to grab Nalan Xiong, making him place his handprint on the paper. Fuck your sister. Nalan Xiong hadn't gotten his breath back from his earlier anger, so he hurriedly dodged, saying, Ling Han, don't pester me endlessly. What's there to be modest about? Being able to contribute to the Genesis world is a great merit, and future generations will definitely remember your sacrifice, Ling Han said with a smile. He forcefully pulled Nalan Xiong's hand. With how strong he was, Nalan Xiong was really unable to break free. Nalan Xiong's face had already turned green. If this handprint was really placed, then wouldn't he be unable to explain himself? Even if he wanted to participate in the decapitation mission, there was actually no need for him to leave a handprint and register himself. Now that they were all heavenly venerates, no oath would be able to restrain them. However, this was embarrassing, after all. In the future, when people spoke of this matter, they would say that Nalan Xiong had even pressed down his handprint yet fled during the battle and whatnot. No one would care about the truth. They would only comprehend according to their own logic. Nalan Xiong resisted with all his might, but Ling Han was extraordinarily powerful. Though the former was close to the late stage of the 5th tier, he really wasn't much stronger than Ling Han. The two of them pulled and struggled with each other, as if they were like street thugs brawling in the street. Nalan Xiong's expression became livid. He roared loudly, and a seal lit up. Instantly, his power soared explosively. Ling Han laughed loudly, and channeled a seal as well. Not only did his power increase greatly, he also easily suppressed Nalan Xiong. His hand that was holding on to Nalan Xiong's hand forcefully pressed his handprint on the paper. Ling Han, have you had enough? Nalan Xiong roared in fury. Yet Ling Han said to himself, there's no ink on it. Let's do it again. He then drew a line on Nalan Xiong's palm with his finger. Instantly, blood gushed out. Since there's so much blood, no point wasting it. Just make a palm print. Pa! He forcefully pressed Ling Xiong's entire hand onto the paper. Damn it! Ling Xiong roared loudly, and power gushed out. Pa! This piece of paper immediately turned into scraps. He finally broke free from Ling Han's control, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Ling Han, wanting nothing more than to swallow him whole and skin him alive. He had come to watch Ling Han make a fool of himself, and take advantage of the opportunity to mock and ridicule him. How had it become him being harshly made fun of by Ling Han? Ling Han shook his head, and sighed. You are not even participating in such a great undertaking. Ling Xiong, I look down on you. Chapter 2912, 2912 Volunteer. 2912 Volunteer. You've played a cruel trick on me, yet you're still looking down on me? If Ling Xiong possessed enough strength, he would definitely move to kill Ling Han. He couldn't bear this anger. If you're not here to register yourself, what have you come for? Ling Han sat down, crossing one leg over the other. Ling Xiong wanted to say that he had come to laugh at Ling Han, but after what had just happened, how could he say such words? He was the real joke here, okay? Ling Han, I really want to see how you will come back alive, he said balefully. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Han waved his hand dismissively. I am completely unrelated to you, so it won't be good for you to stick close to me like this. Those who know will naturally understand that you are trying to curry favor with me, and those who don't know will think that there is a problem with your sexual orientation in some aspect. This, Ling Xiong was once again dumbfounded. This was too vicious, wasn't it? He really wanted to vomit blood. Humph, you can only talk tough now. I really want to see who will join a team of certain death like yours. He regained his composure. After all, he was a heavenly venerate. Ling Han chuckled. Are you worrying for nothing again? Ling Xiong took a few steps back, and then sat down cross-legged at a corner of the city wall. In any case, there was only 3 days' time. He wanted to see how disappointed Ling Han would look. No one would be stupid enough to go with Ling Han. Actually, it was not difficult for Ling Han to find someone to go with him. The Empress, Hunyo, the Rain Emperor, and the others would definitely agree to his request without a second word. But how could Ling Han possibly allow them to take such risks? Moreover, without battle prowess of the 5th tier, they wouldn't be of much use even if they did go. It was still better for Ling Han to go alone. When he saw that something was off, he could immediately flee, and could come and go as he pleased. 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days' time soon passed, yet not a single person took the initiative to look for Ling Han, wanting to join this decapitation mission. This was naturally within Ling Han's expectations. He was completely unconcerned. The cold smile on Ling Xiong's face became wider and wider. He wanted even more to see how Ling Han would begrudgingly go out to battle alone tomorrow. That would make him feel even more pleased. However, right at this moment, a person walked over from a distance. When he arrived in front of Ling Han's stone house, he stopped, and said to Ling Xiong, "Is this the manner of Ling Han, brother Ling?" "Fuck. Do you think I'm a doorman?" Ling Xiong's expression immediately became very ugly. Ling Xiong felt an urge to beat someone up again, but he didn't make a move. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that the other was also a 5th tier. This was Fu Yuan, and it should only be tens of billions of years since he advanced into 5th tier, but his momentum was extremely shocking, and it was extremely possible that his strength was not inferior to Ling Xiong's. Moreover, he hadn't said anything insulting. If Ling Xiong made a move rashly, it would definitely be his fault in the end, and he might be pressured into apologizing to him instead. Ling Xiong humphed, and acted as if he had not heard. "Looking for me?" Ling Han pushed open the doors and walked out. Fu Yuan smiled faintly, and said, Brother Ling, I'm Fu Yuan, and I've come to ask if there's any room left in this decapitation squad. Nalan Xiong couldn't help but look surprised. Judging from the tone of this person, it seemed like he wanted to join the decapitation operation. Hiss, has your head been kicked by a donkey? Even if he was tired of living, there was no need for him to use this kind of method to commit suicide, right? Not even a complete corpse would be left behind. Ling Han also faltered slightly, and then said, there is room. Could it be that Brother Fu wants to join? Fu Yuan smiled slightly, and said, that will depend on whether Brother Ling is willing to take me. Ling Han smiled, and said, Brother Fu, don't you know that this mission is extremely dangerous and fraught with danger? Fu Yuan laughed loudly. If that was not the case, wouldn't it be boring? Ling Han's eyes lit up. This answer surprised him slightly, but also gave rise to a feeling of appreciation of someone who shared the same principles. If Brother Fu does not fear death, then there is indeed room left for Brother Fu, he said. All right. Fu Yuan nodded, and sat down at one side. Nalan Xiong was extremely surprised. At first, he had thought that there would definitely be no one that would be going with Ling Han, but now Fu Yuan's appearance caused his jaw to drop. Fu Yuan was a 5th-tier heavenly venerate, and not some young brat. This was not a decision made in the heat of the moment. Is Brother Nalan going as well? Fu Yuan looked towards him. Nalan Xiong hurriedly waved his hands. He didn't want to be morally kidnapped. Then what is the meaning of Brother Nalan being here? Fu Yuan's expression was filled with confusion. Ling Han laughed loudly. I also want to know that myself. Nalan Xiong's face involuntarily flushed red when he saw the two of them mock him together. Come to think of it, they were making sacrifices here, and it was one thing for him not to support them, but he actually came to see them make a fool of themselves. What was he doing? Naturally, he also treasured his pride as well. He immediately stood up in anger and ran off. Ling Han and Fu Yuan exchanged a glance, both laughing loudly. Brother Fu, do you know that the mission this time is extremely dangerous? Ling Han asked seriously. Fu Yuan nodded. I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and need to experience life and death to help me break through. All right, then we'll support each other, Ling Han said. With the help of a 5th-tier elite, he had more confidence. The two of them waited for a while, and the 3rd day finally ended. However, no other person came over to register to participate in this mission. This was also within Ling Han's expectations. In truth, Fu Yuan's participation was already very surprising to him. Let's go. Ling Han left behind the celestial guest residence. Even if he could traverse freely in the void, he had already become hostile with Hysteria. What if Hysteria just happened to catch him? Even if Hysteria could not use the power of its main body, one would still need 6th-tier power to resist a doppelganger. At the very least, Ling Han had to take another step further, and only then would he be able to truly roam freely. The team of two exited from the city wall, retracted their auras, and headed towards the enemy camp. Though Hysteria's troops were stationed 10,000 miles away, what was this bit of distance worth to heavenly venerates? After only a short while, the two of them arrived outside the camp. They shook their bodies slightly, and changed their form, becoming more or less like Hysteria's troops. In any case, it was fine as long as they had many hands and feet, and looked extremely ugly. Then, it was their aura, which became cold and sinister. They could not imitate the aura of 5th-tier monsters, but there was no problem with 4th-tier and 3rd-tier. Of course, this could only fool the enemy for a while. If they were carefully probed, they would not be able to hide at all. The two of them swaggered into Hysteria's encampment just like that. Most of the monsters here were brainless killing tools, and now they were resting under orders. The whole encampment was dead silent, as if it was a cemetery. This was very bizarre. This was clearly a camp that had hundreds of thousands of troops, yet it was this silent. Where do we start looking? Fu Yuan communicated through divine sense. Though they had disguised themselves as Hysteria's troops, all the people were resting, and only they were moving around. This was too obvious. Although this was a base camp, Hysteria's troops didn't need tents and the like. The entire army was seated on the ground, like stone statues. All of them had their eyes closed, and though they all looked different, they felt more or less the same. How were they supposed to find their leader? Those that had been bestowed with intelligence would definitely be slightly different, Ling Han thought. He pulled Fu Yuan with him and sat down as well. Then, he released his divine sense, and began his search. Chapter 2913, 2913 Decapitation. 2913 Decapitation. Ling Han sent out his divine sense like tentacles, and carefully examined the surroundings. Very soon, a smile appeared on his face. It was actually very easy to differentiate whether the creatures had intelligence or not. A monster that did not have intelligence would also exude an incredibly frenzied aura. It only had the thought of slaughter, but if it had intelligence, it would not be so frenzied. Very soon, Ling Han locked onto a target, and then locked onto the second, the third, and so on. He shared the intel about these targets with Fu Yuan, and then said, "Brother Fu, do you think we can still break through the siege after committing murder?" "Of course." Fu Yuan appeared to be filled with confidence. "All right, you take care of those two, and I will deal with the three on this side." Ling Han assigned the targets. If the task cannot be completed, retreat immediately. Fu Yuan nodded. The two of them moved quietly. This was a little ridiculous. They were clearly in the midst of the army, so how could they move quietly? But this army was presently lying in a dormant state. Every single monster was like a stone statue, and as long as the duo did not release any waves of power, it was as if they were invisible. The two each arrived near a specific target, and then suddenly moved. Ling Han directly channeled the first-grade seal, and when he shot out a punch, it was extremely domineering. The target immediately came to its senses. This was a human-shaped monster, but had 3 arms. Instantly, all 3 arms waved at the same time, and struck out at Ling Han. It had the battle prowess of a late-stage 5th tier. Not only was the power of its 3 arms domineering, a sinister spiritual attack also struck at the same time. Ling Han was slightly surprised because the troops of Hysteria that he had previously come into contact with had not been versed in spiritual attacks at all. It was probably the simplest to directly bestow power on one's subordinates. Otherwise, there was no way that Hysteria would prevent its subordinates from becoming stronger. Pang! As he thought this, Ling Han's punch didn't stop at all, forcibly shattering the 3 arms of the selected monster. With the addition of the first-grade seal, his battle prowess was too strong. The surging spiritual attack was ground into nothing by the powers of dimension in his body. Ling Han's fist was unstoppable, and as the attack landed, the target was instantly blown up. The sudden assault, added with the crushing advantage in strength, caused this monster to be unable to block even a single move from Ling Han. On the other side, though Fu Yuan had also launched a sneak attack, his strength was inferior to Ling Han's. Being hit by a spiritual attack, he immediately showed an expression of pain. Even a heavenly venerate would be slightly affected by this kind of attack. Boom! The army that had initially been dead silent suddenly rioted. All the monsters opened their eyes at the same time, their murderous aura soaring into the skies. They set their aim on Ling Han and Fu Yuan, and then attacked madly. Pang, pang, pang. One after another, attacks assailed them. There were 5th tier, 4th tier, 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, and even some pseudo-heavenly venerable tier attacks, and all them blasted towards Ling Han and Fu Yuan. Ling Han hurriedly ducked, using the bodies of the monsters as his cover. Every single one of Hysteria's creations was extremely huge. Though Ling Han was surrounded, he was actually also protected. Attacks from afar could not reach him at all, and would be blocked by these monsters that were nearer to him. These monsters were ferocious, and did not even care that their own companions were standing in front of them. They just continued to attack madly. Without intelligence, that was how it was. Ling Han took advantage of the chaos to make a move. He then charged towards the second target. The first-grade seal showed its might, and he was unstoppable. Pang, pang, pang. The monsters that stood in front of him were no match for him at all, and were blasted into dust by him. Zhi, a considerable number of monsters flew up, releasing a strange, ear-piercing screech. All of a sudden, all the monsters no longer attacked blindly. The monsters that were in front of them stepped back one after another, freeing up space so that the army behind them could fire attacks simultaneously. In a single round, there would be several thousand strikes attacking them at the same time. Those few naturally were intelligent monsters. Ling Han saw this clearly. It was good that these guys had exposed themselves. They were locked on by his divine sense, and could no longer hide themselves. Pang, pang, pang. Ling Han was being attacked madly, but the millions and millions of cells in his body channeled their power, turning into millstones, and crushing the attacks that assaulted him. There was actually a portion that was still absorbed by him, and turned into something akin to supplies for him. Of course, there were also some attacks that were too powerful, and could not be crushed. They still caused some damage to him, but the threat they posed was much smaller, and only caused him slight pain. Ling Han laughed loudly. His powers of dimension continued to grow, and they actually had such an effect? However, upon further thought, this wasn't strange. The accommodating ability of dimensions was extremely strong. For example, the Flaming Frost Realm could completely withstand a great battle between elites of the 6th tier, at least. When there came a day the powers of dimension in Ling Han's body reached the level of great accomplishment, he himself would be a Genesis world. What power would be able to crush him? There was definitely none. Of course, the arrival of this day was boundlessly far ahead in the future, and who knew how long he would need to cultivate for. Ling Han bravely forged onwards, and began a massacre. However, the Hysteria army was madly filling up the holes that he had created, all of them completely putting their lives on the line, and hindering Ling Han's progress even if he was so incomparably fierce. He was clearly only 50 kilometers away from a target, and originally it had only been a matter of taking a step, yet now it seemed to have become an endless distance. No matter how hard he tried, he could not reach it. That target was a Lupin monster, but it was standing on its hind legs. A cold smirk appeared at the corners of its lips, and it sent out a message through divine sense, saying, "I am very impressed that the two of you dare to charge here, but this is only courting death." "That may not be the case," Ling Han said calmly. "Your fate has already been decided, the Flaming Frost Realm's fate has already been decided, and Genesis World's fate has already been decided as well," the wolf-shaped monster said in a disdainful tone. "Master's brilliance will ultimately devour everything. I say, since you have already developed intelligence, why do you still have to work for Hysteria?" Ling Han began to drive a wedge between the monster and its master. "You naturally know that your final fate will be either to die on the battlefield, or to be swallowed by Hysteria after you succeed, and you will no longer be you. Is this what you want?" This kind of intelligent creation was unlike Meng Dong and the others. They were created from Hysteria having split out a part of itself, so they were unafraid of death, and regarded it as their return to the main body. The wolfish monster remained silent, but it merely did not choose to argue with Ling Han. On the sidelines, it commanded with its divine sense, mobilizing the army to launch a mad offensive against Ling Han and Fu Yuan. Ling Han let out a battle cry, and all the 9th grade seals in his body were channeled. His power increased explosively again. Pang, pang, pang. One punch after another blasted out, and no one could withstand them. Like a bolt of lightning, Ling Han charged toward the Lupin monster, and no one could stop him. The wolfish monster had not thought that Ling Han would be so powerful. It hurriedly wanted to retreat, but how could it manage to do so in time? In an instant, it was killed by Ling Han. However, there were definitely not just two leader monsters here. Though the death of two of them had caused some chaos in the army of monsters, new leaders appeared to command their troops. Furthermore, they themselves had hidden far away, and did not involve themselves in any danger. In this way, it would become extremely and extraordinarily difficult for Ling Han to kill another leader monster. He swept his gaze around, and saw that Fu Yuan had already fallen into desperate straits. By the looks of it, he would definitely not be able to last more than 10 breaths' time. Chapter 2914, 2914 Retreating After Success. 2914 Retreating After Success. Ling Han instantly made a decision. Unleashing his full strength, he charged towards Fu Yuan. Several of the leader monsters continuously sent out orders, but did not go all out to stop Ling Han's approach. After all, the two intruders were already trapped. What would letting them regroup change? Brother Ling, don't mind me. You can break out of the siege on your own, Fu Yuan said. Even though he was a 5th tier, he was panting and covered in blood. Ling Han laughed. We came here together. We're going back together. Dream on, a monkey-like leader beast coldly said. It sent out a different command, and in an instant, millions and millions of arrows formed by energy shot forth. Ling Han and Fu Yuan were sure to suffer greatly from such an onslaught. Ling Han grabbed on to Fu Yuan. Brother Fu, watch out. He struck out with his other palm, creating a rip in space, and then dove in. Xiao. The two of them disappeared in an instant. They ran into the void. The monkey made weird screeching noises, and scoffed, besides Master, everyone else is akin to a headless fly inside the void. Do they think they'll be able to escape? All the monsters ripped space open and gave chase. But the void was a chaotic place with energy storms all around. To say nothing of finding Ling Han and Fu Yuan, a lot of the creatures were torn to shreds by the storms the second they stepped in. Strange. Where could they have gone? Without dimension coordinates, not even Hysteria would be able to enter a dimension as it pleased. But what about Ling Han? As Ling Han took another step, he found his way back to the Flaming Frost Realm from the void. But when he stepped out of the void, the Flaming Frost Realm felt too different from expectations, as the location he was currently in wasn't the realm battlefield at all. Oh, where is this? Fu Yuan was still a little surprised at having escaped death. He looked around his surroundings in shock, and exclaimed, the Flaming Frost Realm. He looked at Ling Han. Brother Ling, do you have the ability to traverse dimensions? If it had been just a rip in space, then they wouldn't have been able to run far. They could try to walk back the same way, but there was a high chance of them getting lost forever within the emptiness of the void. There was no telling how long they would need to be able to return. However, Ling Han had done so in a very casual manner. It was natural for Fu Yuan to be shocked. Ling Han chuckled. I told you. We came together, so we're going back together too. When Ling Han had said this to him previously, Fu Yuan had thought Ling Han had been just trying to console him. However, now he was simply shocked beyond words. I never thought Brother Ling would be able to freely traverse dimensions. Fu Yuan was still trying to wrap his head around that revelation. No wonder you were so calm. Now, even if we have to take a high-risk mission, we don't have to worry. Ling Han broke into laughter. I can't compare with Brother Fu in that regard. You're the brave one. I'm embarrassed. In the end, I still needed Brother Ling's help to escape. Fu Yuan shook his head. Even though we weren't able to completely decimate our opponents, we still managed to kill 2 of their leaders. That's more than enough. Ling Han smiled, and continued, let's go back. The 2 of them turned around, and they returned to the realm battlefield in a few days. When everyone saw that it was Ling Han and Fu Yuan, they were utterly shocked. Some of them had seen the 2 of them leaving the city, and not long after, a commotion broke out in the Hysteria army. However, that commotion died down soon after, and everyone thought that Ling Han and Fu Yuan had been killed. This was a very reasonable conjecture. How could they have survived after being trapped by the enemy? But now, Ling Han and Fu Yuan were back in one piece. It was natural for everyone to feel like they were looking at a couple of ghosts. Soon, the entire base was astir. Lin Yolian, Xian Chihu, and Wu Haoyang immediately convened a meeting, and requested for Ling Han's and Fu Yuan's presence. Ling Han, you've accomplished your mission? Xian Chihu immediately asked. That depends on how Brother Xian defines the word accomplished, Ling Han said, smiling. Xian Chihu snorted. Don't be glib. Fine. Ling Han nodded, and then continued, Brother Fu and I went deep into enemy lines, and managed to kill 2 of their leaders. Have you got any proof? Xian Chihu continued. How am I supposed to know you didn't just kill a bunch of monsters in the outer regions, and then sneak your way back here? A lot of the 5th-tier heavenly venerates frowned at his statement. Aren't you just blindly looking for fault here? Those from the Ling Alliance were even more furious. Xian Chihu had gone too far. I knew you would ask that. Ling Han casually waved his hand, and 2 broken corpses suddenly appeared on the ground. Here's the proof you wanted. What can 2 corpses prove? Xian Chihu asked. Ling Han smiled. These 2 corpses should still contain a bit of aura. I trust everyone here has plenty of experience fighting against Hysteria's creations. You should be able to tell the difference. Everyone focused their senses, and soon nodded in agreement. The aura from these 2 monsters was indeed different from that of the rest, which only contained violence and madness. Against such hard facts, Xian Chihu had no words to counter. He could use his status to oppress Ling Han, but he couldn't twist the facts to his liking. After all, there was still Lin Yolian and Wu Haoyang. How could he do as he pleased? So you only killed 2? Xian Chihu continued to taunt. There are at least 5 leaders in Hysteria's army. You call killing 2 a success? Ling Han laughed. I never said I was definitely going to complete this mission. Besides, do you honestly think that was realistic to begin with? Everyone shook their head. It had not been realistic at all. Previously, everyone had been sure that Ling Han would not have been able to return. However, not only did he come back in one piece, he had even managed to kill 2 prime targets. This was a grand achievement, yet Xian Chihu still refused to acknowledge Ling Han's success, and was even trying to make him look bad. This was too much. Brother Xian, you've gone too far. Lin Yolian finally spoke. Her tone was cold, and she was evidently angered by Xian Chihu. Wu Haoyang nodded in agreement as well. Even though he had lost to Ling Han, he simply wanted a fair test of strength between them in order to prove himself. He never thought of using underhanded methods to oppress Ling Han. Xian Chihu chuckled. He wasn't bothered even if the whole world was against him. Since your mission is incomplete, then you are to carry on. Xian Chihu said to Ling Han. What? What he meant was that Ling Han was to go back to the enemy territory and kill the rest of the leaders. Is he mad? Ling Han clearly had been able to succeed the first time because the Hysteria army had never thought that he would be so bold. However, it was unlikely the same miracle would happen twice. How would Ling Han be able to succeed again? He would be marching to his death if he went back. Ling Han was just as surprised as everyone else. He knew that Xian Chihu was trying to pressure him, but he never thought he'd do it so flagrantly. How utterly shameless. You're still hailed as one of the greatest prodigies of all eternity. Have some self-respect, won't you? Everyone, don't you think that Ling Han is the best man for the job? Xian Chihu said loudly. Ask yourselves, would you have a chance to escape if you found yourself surrounded on all sides by the enemy? Ling Han does. And he has managed to come back in one piece. Ling Han, don't you think you should cast aside your ego for the bigger picture? For the sake of the Flaming Frost Realm and all of us here, do you think it's right for you to hide and cower? His last question was addressed directly to Ling Han. Chapter 2915 Overbearing Attitude. 2915 Overbearing Attitude. Actually, while the reasoning behind Xian Chihu's words was quite twisted, it did have some logic. If Hysteria's army was allowed to once again form a super large-scale army, then such an army would be able to explode with terrifying destructive power under the command of the intelligent monsters. This fact had already been proven. So if Ling Han was capable, then Ling Han should be the one to go. Well said. Brother Nalan immediately said loudly. Ling Han, everyone is making sacrifices for the sake of the world. We can make sacrifices, so why can't you? He hated Ling Han to the core, and when he saw that Ling Han had come back alive, he was naturally incredibly surprised. One might have been fortunate enough to come back alive once, but would one be able to come back alive a second time, or a third time? Ling Han couldn't help but chuckle. Xian Chihu's shamelessness in such a self-righteous manner made him totally speechless, and this Brother Nalan was disgusting indeed. Ling Han, for the sake of the greater picture, will have to trouble you to bear the burden for a bit, Xian Chihu said. Then, he looked at the other people. Everyone, what do you all think? Without waiting for anyone to express their stand, he continued, if Hysteria's army launches another attack, it can be imagined how terrifying the consequences will be. Perhaps our city defense will be breached, and perhaps there will be a considerable number of people here who will disappear forever. When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, even those who had wanted to speak remained silent. The scene described by Xian Chihu had a great possibility of becoming a reality. Who would want to die? Not even a single person. Therefore, since someone had to be sacrificed, it would be fine as long as it wasn't going to be themselves. Moreover, the various forces had been fighting with each other previously, and had long since lost their unity. It was their own interests that mattered most. Therefore, some people even nodded their heads in agreement with Xian Chihu's statement. That's right. Those who are capable should do more. Since Ling Han can escape once, I believe he can also escape a second time, or a third time. Those intelligent monsters are too terrifying, they must be killed. Ling Han, for the sake of the greater picture, and for the sake of the world, you'll have to compromise. The words that these people uttered, using great principles to suppress Ling Han. Fuck, did they really think that he was an easy target to bully? Ling Han's gaze turned sinister. In fact, Xian Chihu didn't need to force him, as Ling Han wasn't the kind of person who would give up halfway, and he had already made up his mind to re-enter Hysteria's camp and kill more boss monsters. After all, it was everyone's responsibility to defend the Flaming Frost Realm, and Ling Han was duty-bound to do so. However, being forced into it was a completely different matter. Ling Han was displeased, extremely displeased. Since everyone thinks that Ling Han is the best candidate to complete this mission, then it's decided. Xian Chihu looked at Ling Han smilingly. This was decided by everyone. Lin Yolian couldn't help but frown. Xian Chihu was really impressive. It was clearly an unreasonable matter, yet he actually made it seem as if it was right and appropriate, making her not know what else to say. Was this matter fair to Ling Han? Of course it wasn't fair. However, with Hysteria's invasion, was it a matter that would be considered as fair to anyone concerned? Ling Han had returned. Had he been covered with injuries, she could have used the excuse that Ling Han needed to recuperate from his injuries and suppress this matter. However, Ling Han was completely unwounded, and appeared to be very much at ease. Then, for the sake of the Genesis world, for the sake of all life in the world, who would go if not him? Ling Han looked at Xian Chihu. Sick cat, I didn't expect you to be so shameless one. Watch your words. Otherwise, I won't mind teaching you a lesson, Xian Chihu said calmly. His eyes burned, exuding a sinister killing intent. Ling Han chuckled. He would beat this guy into a sick cat one day. Anyway, he was free to come and go anywhere. Xian Chihu thought that he had created a huge obstacle and pushed Ling Han into the fire pit, but in fact Ling Han didn't care. However, being publicly oppressed by Xian Chihu, Ling Han was naturally extremely displeased. He really wanted to pin him down and beat the crap out of him. This caused him to feel suffocated. Wasn't the reason why Xian Chihu dared to be so arrogant because he possessed the battle prowess of a 6th tier? Ling Han definitely had to improve his cultivation level and abilities as soon as possible, and beat up this sick cat. With a flourish of his sleeves, Ling Han turned around and left, appearing very furious. Of course, this was for people to see. One couldn't be happy in such a situation, right? Besides, he was indeed extremely upset. When he returned, the Empress and the others came out of the celestial guest residence. Upon hearing about this matter, they were also extremely displeased. If it was not for the fact that the gap in strength was too wide, they would really want to crush Xian Chihu into dust. This damn bastard, Nyo curses him to fall into the cesspit and drown. Hu Nyo snorted. Sores to grow on his head. Pus to ooze out from the soles of his feet. Lu Yutong, Li Sikan, and other women made similar statements. Ling Han laughed. As long as he was with these women, he would feel happy and be at ease from the bottom of his heart. Is Brother Ling there? A voice came from outside. Who is it? All the women were surprised. When they went out, they saw a young man standing at the door with a gentle smile on his face, making people feel comfortable just looking at him. This was a 4th-tier heavenly venerate, but the feeling that Ling Han got from him was that he was extremely powerful. It was extremely likely that his battle prowess wasn't any weaker than his own. It was quite astonishing, the gap between 4th tier and 5th tier was as wide as the distance between heaven and earth. Being at 4th tier, and yet having the battle prowess of 5th tier, in fact, there were only Lin Yolian, Xian Chihu, and the other supreme prodigies that counted in that category. That was why Ling Han was stunned. How could a supreme prodigy appear so casually? How should I address you, sir? Ling Han asked with a smile. He didn't know why the other party had come, so he naturally used civilities before resorting to force. The young man revealed an awkward expression. My surname is Bai. Ling Han looked at him in disbelief. He was done just by saying that his surname was Bai. The youngster surnamed Bai hesitated for a moment, and then said, Bai Mifan. Pooh! Ling Han and the others spluttered in laughter. No wonder this person was so hesitant. As it turned out, he had such a weird name too. Are you always hungry? Hu Nyo asked. Otherwise, how could he be given such a name? How pitiful. Bai Mifan smiled, and said, This name was given to me by my grandfather. This is something that the old man has decided, so what can I do about it? He cupped his hands in obeisance, appearing very helpless. Your grandfather is really interesting. Ling Han thought of a word. I can also be considered as having encountered an ill fate, Bai Mifan said leisurely. What has brought Brother Bai here? Ling Han asked. I want to participate in Brother Ling's decapitation operation, Bai Mifan said. Yeah. Ling Han was taken aback. Besides Fu Yuan, there was actually another such fool? Brother Bai, don't you know that it's very dangerous? He asked. What meaning is there to it if it's not dangerous? Bai Mifan said with a smile. Though his expression was gentle, he had an indescribable confidence. That was a pride that came from deep within his bones. It's a good thing that you're brave, but what about Brother Bai's strength? Ling Han said with a serious expression. Brother Ling, let's have a spar. Bai Mifan smiled. All right, come. The two of them soared into the air, and Bai Mifan immediately launched an attack. His palm pressed down upon Ling Han. Hong, a terrifying aura spread out. As expected, he had 5th-tier battle prowess. Chapter 2916, 2916 Chapter 2918, Bai Mifan. 2916 Chapter 2918, Bai Mifan. Ling Han had a solemn expression. This person was undoubtedly a prodigy, and wasn't any weaker than Lin Yolian and the rest. However, he wasn't famous. Sigh. Was it because his name was Bai Mifan that he had managed to stay so low-key? The introduction sure didn't make for a strong first impression. A person capable of defeating multiple elites, and he went by the name Bai Mifan. It was pretty funny to think about. Bai Mifan rushed over with both palms striking out. The earth rumbled and huge gusts of wind billowed under the terrifying force. Fortunately, this was the intersection between both realms, with the void taking up a huge section of the space. As such, there was no need to be concerned about the level of destruction. Otherwise, even a medium-level dimension would be destroyed by the force of 2 5th tiers clashing. The two exchanged blows to test the waters. Brother Ling is truly no ordinary man to be able to harness the strength of a 5th tier at just 3rd tier. I am thoroughly impressed, Bai Mifan gave his heartfelt praise. Even though he wasn't famous, he was extremely proud, and didn't even consider prodigies like Lin Yolian and Xin Chihu on the same level as him. He was sure he wouldn't lose against any of them. However, when fighting against Ling Han, he couldn't contain his admiration. Ling Han was definitely the first person ever to be able to fight on an equal level with him despite his strength being lower by 1 whole tier. You're pretty good too. Ling Han nodded. There definitely weren't a lot of people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with this Bai Mifan. Bai Mifan lightly chuckled. However, one's base strength is only but a tiny aspect of their battle prowess, and is not the determining factor of a fight. Show me what other powerful moves you have then. Ling Han was excited to see what other techniques Bai Mifan was going to display. As Bai Mifan clenched his right hand, another seal lit up. He launched another attack, but this time his strength increased by at least 30 times from his previous attacks. Using a 6th grade seal from the get-go? What a rich guy. Ling Han was curious whether that heavenly venerable seal was created by Bai Mifan himself, or he was given it by an elder. He also activated his own 6th grade seal and clashed with Bai Mifan. The two of them were both around late-stage 5th tier in strength, and the boost they received from their heavenly venerable seals was also more or less similar in capacity. As such, they were pretty evenly matched. However, the destructive force behind their clashes was tremendous, so much so that even the Empress and the rest couldn't find any room to step in. After a few short clashes, Bai Mifan finally started using his true strength. He activated a sword technique. There was nothing his sword couldn't sever with its cold light. It was truly terrifying. Ling Han also took out his divine demon sword, and met Bai Mifan head-on. Neither side was giving an inch. Ling Han was not anxious at all. Given that Ling Han was 1 tier lower, Bai Mifan was the one who would surely be anxious if they came to a draw. As expected, Mifan started to increase the tenacity of his attacks, activating his other heavenly venerable seals, and increasing his own battle prowess. 40, 50, 60 times. Mifan had an astonishing number of heavenly venerable seals, and each one got rarer than the last. Ling Han couldn't help but be curious about his background when he saw how many resources he had. However, Ling Han didn't pale in comparison either. He activated several high-grade heavenly venerable seals, and managed to keep up with Mifan's increase in strength. Eventually, Mifan activated another seal. Suddenly, he gave off an oppressive aura, as though he had become an unbeatable god. A first-grade seal. Ling Han was shocked as he thought, damn, how can this be? Someone else actually came into possession of a first-grade seal? Boom! Mifan slashed with his sword, the terrifying force behind it capable of slashing the world in half. This was the result of using a first-grade seal to supplement one's strength. It was truly horrifying. However, Ling Han was not afraid. He also had a first-grade seal, as well as 2 complete sets of combination seals. If he used that, then it would actually be horrific. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between them caused the earth to shake, which naturally drew the attention of many people. When they realized that the person Ling Han was facing was a never-before-seen youngster, they were all surprised. Who is that guy? A 4th tier with a 5th tier's battle prowess. He isn't any weaker than those 3. But how did someone like that just pop out of nowhere? He even has a first-grade seal. Dear God, could he be the successor of some 7th tier venerate? Everyone was curious, but no matter how much they asked, no one knew of Mifan's true identity. Ling Han felt a thump in his chest as he thought, don't tell me this guy is one of Hysteria's moles like Meng Dong? There were about 100 people in the Flaming Frost realm who had already risen to heavenly venerate status, and each of them should have mastered a heavenly venerable seal. It was too presumptuous to think that Mifan was an agent of Hysteria just based on that. Not to mention, while Meng Dong and his gang had the ability to fight against people of a higher tier, they were nowhere near the extent of this Mifan. The latter's strength was definitely enough to group him with the likes of Lin Yolian and Xian Chihu. As Ling Han pondered such thoughts, his hands didn't slack in the slightest. On the contrary, he got even more aggressive. Good, how fun. Mifan excitedly said. Take another move from me. He was completely lost in the excitement of battle, no longer addressing Ling Han as Brother Ling, nor using a polite tone when speaking. As he shouted in fervor, his right eye suddenly emitted a light, creating an illusion which quickly transformed into a single world. While the world was small, like a sparrow, it had everything needed for survival: mountains, rivers, seas, and lakes. The world was an empty land without any signs of life. Ling Han frowned slightly as he felt the terrifying pressure. This world seemed all too real to him. Go! Mifan commanded, and the world descended towards Ling Han. Boom! It was as though an entire world was pressing down on him. Ling Han soon realized. This is the dimension that you fused into your body. Indeed. Mifan wasn't shy about admitting it, and nodded in acknowledgement. However, I have yet to refine it to the great accomplishment level. As such, I am only able to harness 10% of its strength. This was too terrifying. Using an entire world to suppress your opponent was definitely taken in the literal sense here. So there is such a use for the small world inside your body? Even if it only had 10% of the strength, it was still too shocking. Ling Han felt an immense desire to avoid this attack at all costs, or he would be crushed to a pulp. However, this was still a sparring session. Wouldn't he be admitting defeat if he didn't take this move head-on? He cast away his sword. Boom! Utilizing all his 9th-grade seals, Ling Han increased his battle prowess to the maximum output, and punched out furiously. If he wanted to be even stronger, he would have to use his 8th grade combination seals. However, this was his trump in the sleeve right now. Boom! As the world descended, Ling Han punched back relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. With each fist, the world would crack slightly, and by the time it was just on top of Ling Han's head, it was full of tiny fissures. Bang! As Ling Han punched back one last time, the world finally crumbled. An enormous amount of energy sprayed forth, causing tremors throughout the entire base. What a terrifying attack! Ling Han was also a little exhausted. He had only launched a few thousand punches, but he was already feeling the fatigue from it all. It was evident the amount of pressure he had been under. The onlookers around them were also astonished. No one expected the 4th tier that had suddenly come out of nowhere to be this vicious. Who the hell was this guy? Chapter 2917, 2917 What is your father's name? 2917 What is your father's name? Seeing that Bai Mifan was about to make another move, Ling Han quickly waved his hand. Alright, stop, stop. It's enough, I admit that you are qualified to join my team. He didn't want to expose his strongest trick in full view, it was meant as a surprise for someone. Bai Mifan couldn't get enough of it, and said, you are the first person to take on this technique of mine among peers of the same cultivation level. No, you are even just a 3rd tier. You really deserve the evaluation of my ancestor and Master Lin. Dare I ask what's your name? Lin Yolian said. She didn't know that there were still other hidden talents under her command. Bai Mifan couldn't help but blush, he really didn't want to say his own name. Ling Han laughed loudly. This is brother Bai Mifan. Pooh! Abruptly, a great many burst out laughing. If it wasn't Bai Mifan's deliberate deception, then this guy's parents would be really reckless. Lin Yolian's delicate body trembled, and she said, is your grandfather Lord Bai Fan? Many young people immediately burst into laughter again. The grandfather was called Bai Fan, while the grandson was called Bai Mifan. They really were a family one. So, what was the name of Bai Fan's son and Bai Mifan's father? They were truly very curious. But the older people gasped and revealed shocked expressions. It's Lord Bai's grandson, no wonder he is so powerful. He's not at all inferior to Lin Yolian and Xin Chihu in terms of background. 7th tier heavenly venerate, Lord Bai Fan. Even Ling Han was surprised. He knew that Bai Mifan should have a great background, but he didn't expect that the latter was also a descendant of 7th tier. Remembering his suspicions of Bai Mifan previously, Ling Han shook his head. How could a 7th tier's grandson be the remnant of Hysteria? If he couldn't even distinguish this, then would the 7th tier still be qualified to fight against Hysteria? After everyone recovered from this shocking news, they were once again taken by surprise. Bai Mifan wanted to join Ling Han's team and participate in the decapitation operation. Wasn't this guy afraid of death? Hysteria's army didn't care whose grandson you were. There was only one word for it, kill. No matter how freakish you were, you only had 5th tier battle prowess, after all, so what could you use against the infinite Hysteria army? However, the blood of some people was ignited. Ling Han returned from the front line alive and killed 2 leaders of Hysteria's army. Now even the grandson of an exalted 7th tier wanted to join this team, which made many passionate people eager as well. A young man stood up with a faint smile, and said, I also want to apply to join. You are? Ling Han looked at that person. This was a 5th tier, but he had been too low-key before, and had never said a word previously, as if he had been air. I am Xian Feng, this young man replied calmly. Brother Xian Feng. Ling Han nodded. Since he was a 5th tier, there was no need to test his strength. Who, having cultivated to this level, wasn't a genius among geniuses? Ling Han, congratulations, the team has expanded again. Can you kill a few more leaders of hysteria this time? Xin Chihu, who also appeared, said lightly, his expression unchanged. Naturally, he would not be moved, because he was the commander-in-chief, the person in charge of the overall situation. Ling Han was merely a pawn of his now. Just do your best, Ling Han said, also lightly, while looking at Xin Chihu, his eyes full of challenge. It's not just to do our best, but to ensure that the mission is complete. Nalan Xiong took a step forward. He was now very close to Xin Chihu, and there were some things that weren't convenient for Xin Chihu to say, so he would speak up for him. A fox makes use of a tiger's might too. Bai Mifan seemed to be talking to himself, then walked up to Ling Han, and looked directly at Nalan Xiong, with an expression that said, "If you are upset, then I will beat the crap out of you." Naturally, Nalan Xiong wasn't intimidated by Bai Mifan. When a fifth tier went against a fourth tier, no matter how freakish the latter was, the former was confident that he would be undefeated. But Nalan Xiong was afraid of the one behind Bai Mifan, that was a seventh tier, a supreme being. Only those who had cultivated to the fifth tier knew how difficult it was to leap from the fourth tier to fifth tier, and even more how difficult it was to go up even a little bit from there. In their eyes, a seventh tier was simply a godlike existence who could not be surpassed, and could only be looked up to. How many years had passed since ancient times, but how many seventh tiers were there? A seventh tier was immortal, so even if the limited number of seventh tiers were entangled by the hysteria's main body, and it was impossible for them to return, everyone still respected the seventh tier's families. This was the prestige of a seventh tier. Bai Mifan could speak freely, but Nalan Xiong had to be more careful. "Why, you don't accept it?" Bai Mifan was gentle on the surface, but in fact he was extremely proud, and could only acknowledge true prodigies. "If you don't accept it, I will beat you into accepting. Do you dare to fight me?" Ling Han stretched out his hand to stop him. "They are all our own people, so why are we speaking of fighting?" Everyone was surprised that Ling Han actually spoke up for outsiders. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west? Even Nalan Xiong was surprised. Could it be that Ling Han was about to yield to Xin Chihu, so he began to give in? "Since Brother Nalan cares so much, why don't you join our team, and we'll let you supervise the battle? How about it?" Ling Han smiled. This sentence immediately made Nalan Xiong's face turn green. He didn't know how Ling Han had escaped before, but even if Ling Han had the ability to do it again, he definitely wouldn't take Nalan Xiong with him. When the time came, Ling Han and the others would return safely, but Nalan Xiong would go down in history forever. Who would do that kind of thing? Nalan Xiong shook his head hastily, and looked at Xin Chihu, fearing that the other party would fall for Ling Han's mockery and really send him as a representative. Ha ha ha. Seeing Nalan Xiong's appearance, everyone laughed. It was a shame that a dignified fifth tier was played so badly. Nalan Xiong also had a hot face. He really wanted to fight Ling Han, but he swallowed his anger when he recalled Ling Han's strength. "Ling Han, set out tonight, speed is everything in war," Xin Chihu said, not allowing Ling Han to refuse. He waved his hand, turned, and left. Ling Han gestured a middle finger to his back, and then looked at the two people beside him. "You two, are you ready to have a big fight?" "Sure. No problem." Both Bai Mifan and Feng were very calm, as if they were not going to kill the enemy in Hysteria's base camp, but were going on a day trip to some famous place or historic site. "Huh, such a fun thing, how can I miss it?" Fu Yuan laughed and walked over. "Okay." Ling Han laughed, full of pride. "Then let's have a big fight." All four stretched out a hand each, and placed them one on top of the other. "By the way, Brother Bai, I'm curious about your father's name," Feng said suddenly with a smile on his face. "I'm also curious." Fu Yuan nodded. Hu Niu leaned closer, turned her head exaggeratedly, and pricked her ears. Bai Mifan couldn't help being embarrassed. Aren't you guys going too far? Not at all, Ling Han, Hunyo, Xiaofan, and others said in unison. Bai Mifan sighed, hesitated again and again, and said, "My father's name is Bai Qi III." Pooh! Everyone burst out laughing. Chapter 29:18, 2918 Another round of killing. 29:18 Another round of killing. It could only be said that old man Bai Fan was really quite humorous, as his son and grandson had both been given incomparably weird names by him. Of course, Bai Fan's father wasn't a simple character either. Had he not set a good example, there would have been no such rising stars as Bai Qi and Bai Mifan. Ling Han had always thought that his ability to give names was terrible, but someone had upped the ante in this category, and he was indeed convinced of it today. "Okay, joking's over, let's get going," Ling Han said with a serious expression. The four of them set off, heading towards Hysteria's base camp. Not long after, they were already drawing near. After suffering losses once, currently not all of the Hysteria army went to rest, but there were actually some monsters standing guard. All of them were multi-eyed monsters, sending out waves of divine sense, and scanning the surrounding environment. These sentries were merely fourth tiers, but they were indeed completely sufficient as guards. The figures of Ling Han and the others trembled, and their aura changed immediately. They transformed into the same appearance as Hysteria's troops, and their aura was also similar. If one was to just give them a customary glance, it would be impossible to detect their disguise, but it would be different if one was to scan over them carefully, as their true colors would definitely be revealed. It didn't matter, since these monsters weren't the intelligent type. In fact, they were extremely dim-witted. Ling Han and the other three took large strides as they entered the camp. The divine sense of those sentry guards merely swept over them, and didn't stay long upon them at all. The four began to look for targets to snipe, and soon locked down on three of them. In order to ensure a successful strike, Brother Bai and I will each be in charge of one, while the other will be entrusted to Brother Xiaofan and Brother Fu, Ling Han said as he assigned the tasks. "We will kill these three monsters today." "All right." Bai Mifan and the others nodded in unison. Neither Bai Mifan nor Xiaofan asked Ling Han how to break out of the siege once the mission was completed. They believed in Ling Han. The four took their positions, and then launched an attack simultaneously. Pooh! As soon as Ling Han made a move, he went all out. He channeled the first-grade seal, thereby boosting his strength to more than 80 times, and his power was unstoppable. The leader monster didn't react at all, and its head was instantly blown off by Ling Han. He immediately put away the opponent's body, and then leapt towards Bai Mifan. Bai Mifan also attacked with his full strength, his eyes glowing as he projected a world to suppress his target. But his target was surprisingly strong, and actually managed to withstand this blow. Seeing that all the monsters around opened their eyes, exuding endless hostility, Bai Mifan shouted again. His left eye also opened wide, and out flew a second world. There were actually 2 dimensions in his body. Boom! This power was too great. The target monster let out a shrill scream, and sent out a spiritual attack in its death throes. Bai Mifan let out a muffled groan, but the descent of the 2 worlds continued unabated. Pang! The target monster was instantly crushed to bits. Boom! This was the projection of 2 dimensions, so how terrifying was this power? Immediately, a strong shock wave in the shape of a mushroom spread out, charging in all directions. Pang, pang, pang. Countless Hysteria troops were sent flying, and they had no time at all to make a move, giving Bai Mifan buffer time. When the attacks from further away reached him, Bai Mifan had also recovered from the spiritual attack. He immediately turned around, and rushed towards Fu Yuan and Xiaofan. These 2 people were not as strong as Ling Han and Bai Mifan, so even if they used all their ultimate moves, they still couldn't kill the target. They only managed to inflict severe injuries on it. Don't bother about it. Ling Han said, his figure charging over. Prepare to retreat. The four of them charged murderously in a single direction. As long as they could meet at one point, Ling Han would be able to tear a rip in space and take the three of them away. Wishful thinking, a leader monster said coldly. It commanded the troops, mobilized the army to carry out a fierce attack, and kept Ling Han and the others separated from one another, preventing them from reuniting. Ling Han let out a long roar. Even if Bai Mifan and the others possessed freakish abilities, they wouldn't be able to withstand a simultaneous attack from tens of thousands of opponents with 5th-tier power. He had to take them out quickly. Pang, pang, pang. He channeled the 9th-grade combination seals, and he was unstoppable. Brother Bai, keep up with me. He first joined up with Bai Mifan, and then charged towards Xiaofan and Fu Yuan. He teamed up with Bai Mifan, and their battle prowess was astonishing, being invincible all the way. Just as it seemed like they were about to reach Fu Yuan and Xiaofan, the situation suddenly changed, and Fu Yuan and Xiaofan were unexpectedly separated. Ling Han had no choice but to first charge towards Xiaofan, who was closer to him. He rescued him, and then rushed towards Fu Yuan. The three men's joint forces were unstoppable, yet Fu Yuan was also being pushed back slowly by the monsters, slowly extending the distance between the two sides. Seeing that Ling Han and the others were all starting to accrue injuries, Fu Yuan immediately yelled loudly, "You guys go first." If Ling Han and the others were to leave, then he would definitely lose his life. We came together, and we'll go back together. Ling Han finally didn't hold back anymore, and channeled all the 8th-grade seals. Instantly, he became unstoppable. With the boost of nearly 1,000 times the strength, how could the 5th-tier monsters possibly be his match? Leading Xiaofan and Bai Mifan, Ling Han rushed towards Fu Yuan's side. He grabbed Fu Yuan, and tore open space without the slightest hesitation. He made his way through it, bringing the three of them together with him. The four of them disappeared immediately. Even if Hysteria's army also tore through space, it would be impossible to find them. Ling Han and the others traveled through space, and they soon returned to the Flaming Frost Realm. This is truly wonderful. Bai Mifan clapped his hands and laughed. He knew that Ling Han had to be proficient in some kind of escape method, or it would have been impossible for him to escape when he had broken into the base camp of Hysteria's army the first time, but Bai Mifan didn't expect it to be in such a way. I really want to go for another round of killing. Xiaofan said, his face full of excitement. Penetrating deep into the army camp and yet being able to leave in one piece was worth remembering for a lifetime. Ling Han looked at Bai Mifan. You really hide it too well. You have actually accommodated 2 small worlds in your body. Bai Mifan scratched his head. I had no intention of hiding it. I initially wanted to use it when I was sparring with you, but you called a ceasefire in the end. When Ling Han thought about it, it was indeed so. How did you do it? Ling Han was very curious because Ling Xi and Fu Tianqing walked the same path, but they could only accommodate a single small world. Needless to say, the power of 2 dimensions had to be stronger. Ling Han quickly added, if it's a secret, then there's no need to force yourself. Bai Mifan smiled. It's not a big secret. All it takes is for a 7th tier to create a space in the Dantian to accommodate another small world. Can a 3rd and 4th small world be accommodated as well? Ling Han asked. No. Bai Mifan shook his head. Even if it is just 2 dimensions, not everyone can accommodate them, and one could easily be sucked dry as the dimensions grow. Perhaps one couldn't even survive past the pseudo-heavenly venerable tier level at all, and would get blown up by the power of the 2 dimensions. Ling Han shot him a glance. You've said so much, but actually you are just showing off how amazing you are. I'm not. Bai Mifan's face was very solemn. Yeah, right, Xiaofan jeered. Beat him up. Ling Han took the lead in making a move. The three of them joined forces. No matter how freakish Mifan was, he couldn't withstand it, and was soon screaming loudly as he was getting pummeled. Chapter 2919, 2919 Disadvantage. 2919 Disadvantage. As Ling Han and the rest returned to base, a commotion broke out. The first time could have been luck, but the second time was surely due to ability. Ling Han and the rest had just done a great deed and killed 2 leader beasts. Even Xian Chihu could not bring himself to taunt them any further, and instead gave them an out-of-character compliment, albeit with much difficulty. However, he still felt the need to tell Ling Han to work harder and not be satisfied with his current success, and that he should continue to work to his full potential. What he was trying to say was that Ling Han and the rest should continue to do their job of killing the leaders in Hysteria's base. Ling Han started to rest. Even though he was able to retreat in one piece after thrusting himself into enemy territory 2 consecutive times, his mind was still very stressed, and he needed to relax. Moreover, he needed to ruminate on a few things in solitude. He was very interested in the way Mifan had utilized the powers of dimension. Only a person that had infused a small world inside of their body would be able to use a technique like that. If he had not accommodated a dimension inside his body, what would he use to suppress his enemies? Even though Ling Han had a boundless power of dimension inside him, it was still in its infancy. He required a significant amount of time to turn it into real dimensions. With a greater capacity, the energy needed for breakthrough was also extremely frightening. Originally, Ling Han didn't intend on picking favorites, and was going to let these powers of dimension grow together in harmony and balance. But right now, he was planning on focusing on developing 1 to 2 of these powers of dimension and let them first take shape into a real dimension. However, there was a problem he needed to deal with right now. All this while, he had been using his cells as vessels to contain the limitless powers of dimension. If he were to turn this into a real dimension, he would need a suitable place to store it, wouldn't he? Normally, a heavenly venerate was only able to hold a small dimension inside of themselves like Ling Xi and Fu Tianqing did. At most, they would only be able to hold 1 other dimension, even if they were a 7th tier. Ling Han wanted to allow 1 to 2 dimensions to develop inside of himself, and was contemplating if he should host them inside his dantian. This would be an easy maneuver for the time being, but how would he deal with it in the future when he would have to develop countless other dimensions? As such, using his dantian to store a dimension was simply a temporary measure. It was not a permanent solution. Ling Han thought about this for a long time. Ultimately, he decided not to move these powers of dimension, and let them stay in their original spot. If he wanted to become a Genesis world, then he needed to be able to store a great amount of energy. 1 cell would store 1 dimension, with the cell walls acting as the dimensional barrier. The overlapping of these forces would generate limitless strength. This was merely a concept, and was not as easy to realize as it seemed. Ling Han went to look for Wally. When it came to theories, there was no one more adept than that guy. When he heard the question, Wally unabashedly asked Ling Han for 100,000 pieces of divine metal before he was willing to help solve the dilemma. As it would take a significant amount of time, and Ling Han was unable to leave the realm battlefield for too long, he decided to return first and come back again after some time. He, Mifan, and the others went out for several more missions. No matter how prepared the opponents were, they were still unable to stop Ling Han and the rest from killing their targets. However, things got more and more dangerous each time, and the 4 of them would always return with injuries. That being said, it was already a miracle to be able to come back in one piece. Ling Han's group rose in fame, and started attracting more people eager to join them, but Ling Han was no longer accepting any new members. It wasn't due to arrogance, but he simply wouldn't be able to help bring everyone back alive if their group got too big. Being in such a perilous environment constantly, Ling Han's cultivation increased at a breakneck pace. He briefly calculated that he would be able to reach the late stage of the third tier in less than 1,000,000 years, and would steadily ascend to the next stage. After a few hundred years, Hysteria's army launched another vicious assault. However, because their leaders had been killed, they didn't have many commanders, and their mighty army was not able to fully realize its battle prowess. Despite all that, the Flaming Frost army also paid a heavy price for victory, and suffered a lot of casualties. Everyone was concerned that they would soon have to give up on this base with the way things were developing. Furthermore, they would have to retreat all the way back to the Flaming Frost realm and use its dimensional strength to suppress Hysteria's army. However, this result would also give Hysteria a chance to advance further. In a few short million years, it would be able to turn this area into a two-realm passageway, resulting in the Flaming Frost army losing its strategic advantage once again. This was the equivalent of slowly killing oneself by taking poison to sate one's thirst. However, should the time actually come, they would have no choice but to do just that. Ling Han returned to the world's paramount martial academy to check out what suggestion Wally would provide him. However, seeing as the latter was still in the midst of calculations, he could only go back empty-handed. The battle raged on. Even though Ling Han's group was still making assassination attempts, Hysteria's army had greatly strengthened its defenses, making it impossible for them to kill any of their leaders. However, this was normal. Such a massive army would not have been able to cause so much destruction if they had allowed Ling Han's group to succeed every time. After several tens of thousands of years, the Flaming Frost army's line of defense finally crumbled, and they had to retreat 500 kilometers. Their defenses continued to suffer losses, and ultimately they had no choice but to leave this battlefield, utilizing the Flaming Frost realm's dimensional strength to suppress the enemy and help in battle. This was a major defeat, but if they had tried to force their stand, they would have only ended up losing the entire army. The higher-ups had reached a decision, and started constructing a second transcendent dimension. Simply put, they were going to accelerate the progression of the war. They would evacuate all the remaining people in the high-level dimension, and then let one of the other dimensions start devouring other dimensions to create a second transcendent dimension. That way, should they lose the Flaming Frost realm, they would still be able to retreat somewhere else and continue their battle with Hysteria from there. As such, the Flaming Frost realm continued to resist and buy time for the new transcendent dimension to be born. Within the Flaming Frost realm, Hysteria's army would find it difficult to advance. With the dimensional suppression, the Hysteria army's cumulative strength would be reduced by an entire level, as fifth tiers would only be able to exert the strength of a fourth tier or slightly higher. This naturally made them less of a threat, and gave the Flaming Frost army the breather it needed. Using the time they had, all the heavenly venerates were trying to recover their strength, breaking through to the next cultivation level, or improving their skills. In the blink of an eye, 3 million years had passed. The natural environment had changed greatly. With Hysteria's continued assault, the land that had once belonged solely to the Flaming Frost realm now became an intersection for both realms, resulting in the Hysteria's army no longer being suppressed by the dimension. A great battle broke out once again. Having accumulated strength for several millions of years, the Hysteria army was now an unstoppable force, causing the Flaming Frost army to once again fall on the defensive. After giving up another significant part of their territory, the Flaming Frost army stood their ground, and continued to resist from their new base. At this rate, they were probably able to hold out for another 100 billion years. By then, half of the Flaming Frost realm would have been devoured, and it would fall from its position as a transcendent dimension. As a high-level dimension, it would not be sufficient to resist Hysteria at all. Not to mention, the dimension would suffer massive destruction in a battle among 7th-tier heavenly venerates. This would simply help Hysteria speed up the process of destroying the Flaming Frost realm. Would 100 billion years be enough for a new transcendent dimension to emerge from the midst of the current high-level dimensions? Some heavenly venerates were selected to move to the high-level dimensions and help accelerate the interdimensional battle between them. Finally, Ling Han received news from Wally. The latter had finished his deductions. Chapter 2920, 2920 Developing Dimensions. 2920 Developing Dimensions. You owe me 100 million pieces of divine metal. These were Wally's first words. Ling Han looked towards him, and saw that this guy was extremely weak, looking like he would collapse at the slightest breeze. The volume of these calculations is too great, at least half of my calculation units will collapse due to overload, Wally said. Ling Han nodded. All right, all right, all right. To say nothing of 100 million, I can even get you 1 trillion pieces. As long as the powers of dimension in his body could evolve into real dimensions, then divine metal would really be a piece of cake for him. Just look at Hysteria. It was only a dimension, yet could create countless heavenly venerates. If Ling Han could become a Genesis world himself, divine metal would naturally be no big deal. It could be created with a single thought from him. Wally stretched out a finger and tapped on Ling Han's forehead. Then, it lit up, transmitting countless formulae and laws to Ling Han. Ling Han passively received these formulae and laws, and analyzed them alongside his own comprehension to perfect it. Wally, thanks a lot for this, he said seriously. Don't think that you can renege on the payment of 100 million divine metal pieces just because you say these words, Wally asserted. Ling Han laughed loudly. Don't worry, don't worry. I definitely won't cheat you. That's right, this place may no longer be safe in the future. Go to the profound negative realm, it will become a transcendent dimension in the future, replacing this place. Are you trying to send me away so you can renege on the payment? Wally asked suspiciously. Because there were already plans to abandon the Flaming Frost realm, the evacuation had naturally been carried out. Moreover, the profound negative realm would become a transcendent dimension in the future. At present, it was completely barren. All the forces wanted to settle in as soon as possible and divide the territory. Hence, it was necessary to send people over as soon as possible. Ling Han went into seclusion. Though the front lines were important, it did not matter much even if he wasn't there given the present situation. With the power of dimension suppressing the enemy troops, the Flaming Frost army had an absolute advantage. They only had to sacrifice some territory from time to time. When Ling Han used his cells to nurture the powers of dimension, that was because he thought that there would come a day when he could transform them into real dimensions. At that time, he himself would be a second Genesis world, and his battle prowess would be endless. However, how could a single cell contain an entire dimension? This would require Wally's help. In summary, it was very simple. Ling Han would build his own regulations of space so that his cells could be infinitely large. Then, it would not be an impossibility for a single cell to accommodate a whole dimension. The conclusion was simple, but the process was extremely complicated. Ling Han incorporated Wally's proposal, but it was more about his own comprehension. Calculation was Wally's specialty, and Ling Han was standing at a higher position, using Wally's calculations to test out his own ideas. He was the real decision-maker and the executor of actions. This was a very long process, but Ling Han had plenty of patience. For those like Ling Xi, nurturing a dimension in their dantian could be said to be a piece of cake. Even if they wanted to accommodate 2 dimensions at the same time like by Mifan, it could still be accomplished by a 7th-tier elite, and they themselves only needed to nurture these 2 dimensions. Ling Han was different. He was nurturing dimensions inside his cells, and there was no one he could learn from. Only Wally's calculations could be of help. Ling Han proposed a great many possibilities, and Wally eliminated the completely impossible, reducing Ling Han's workload. He sat quietly, and the heavenly venerable seals in his body all lit up, communicating with the heaven and earth, and extracting the two types of fundamental particles to nourish his body. In the past, all the energy would be divided evenly among the cells in his body, and the two fundamental powers also needed to grow. There were really too many mouths that needed to be fed, which also caused Ling Han's progress in cultivation to be astonishingly slow. Right now, Ling Han was fully focused on nurturing two specific cells in his body. That sped things up. How many heavenly venerable seals did he have in total? More than 200. Not only did he have a first-grade seal, he had gathered all the seals of the 8th and 9th grade. With their resonance, how many times could his cultivation speed increase? It should be known that this was not a battle where only one or a set of seals could take effect. Instead, however many seals he had now was the number of seals that would take effect. How many times had this increased his cultivation speed, then? 1,362 times. This kind of terrifying cultivation speed was completely focused on two cells, nourishing those two dimensions. What kind of concept was that? Merely a mere 20,000 years had passed, and the power of dimension within these two cells was thriving and growing, each turning into a small world. How small was it? Just like the small world that Ling Han had planted in Ling Xi's body in the past. Ling Han revealed a smile, not because of the growth of these two dimensions, but rather due to formation of these dimensions. From power of dimension into a real dimension, this step was too astonishing. It had never been seen in the past or present, and perhaps it would never happen again in the future. However, this was only the beginning, the second step Ling Han had taken to become the strongest in all of history. He began to strengthen these two dimensions. Time passed quickly, and soon another 900,000 years had passed. These two dimensions had both reached the extent of a medium-level dimension. There was no way to advance any further. Ling Han himself was only a third tier, and there would be an upper limit to his physique. Ling Han's right hand turned over, turning a dimension into a projection and blasting it out. Space trembled, which was incredibly terrifying. "It can't compare to Mifan's," he said softly. This was normal. Mifan was a fourth tier, and this was an advantage in cultivation level. It couldn't be helped. If the quality is inferior, then I will use quantity to make up for it. Ling Han continued to cultivate in seclusion. He continued to cultivate to form the third and fourth dimension. Another 900,000 years passed, and he had also cultivated these two dimensions to the pinnacle of his current cultivation level. He sensed for a while, and discovered that after nurturing 4 dimensions in his body, a great pressure was exerted on his physique. There was a limit to this. After reaching the limit, nurturing new dimensions would be a suicidal action. However, 4 was far from his limit. Ling Han went into seclusion once more. Another 8 million years later, he had turned a total of 13 powers of dimension into real dimensions, and advanced them to medium-level dimensions. This was his current limit. Now, what level can my battle prowess reach? Ling Han tore a rip into space, and entered the void. If he were to train here, only then would it not cause any damage. With a single thought, the 13 dimensions in his body were projected at the same time, turning into 13 projected dimensions, and exuding an incredibly terrifying pressure. Go! Ling Han shouted lightly, and sent out the projections of the 13 dimensions. He had blasted open a hole in the energy storm in the void. Very impressive. Even Ling Han himself was given a scare. With the addition of the 8th grade combination seals, would I be able to fight even a 6th tier elite? Very quickly, he shook his head. He should still fall a bit short of that. However, what if I really go all out and truly blast out the 13 dimensions? Though these were only medium-level dimensions, when the whole dimension was thrown over, and there were 13 of them at that, then what kind of concept was that? Chapter 29-21, 29-21 Suppression by the Dimensions. 29-21 Suppression by the dimensions. Since they already had a path of retreat, it was inevitable that the various forces would have their own plans. Since the Flaming Frost realm could not be saved, then why would they still have to spend so much effort on it? Every time Hysteria's troops attacked, even if they were suppressed by the power of dimension, it would still lead to some wounded and even dead. Which heavenly venerate was willing to die? Very naturally, the various forces became more and more passive in the resistance against Hysteria. On the other hand, the number of heavenly venerates they sent to battle at the profound negative realm was gradually increasing. For a force to be able to prosper eternally, it was definitely not something as simple as needing one or a few top-notch elites to keep watch, but rather the addition and rise of new blood was the key, and this required a massive amount of resources. Where did the resources come from? Territory, of course. The more territory they occupied, the greater their gains would naturally be. Furthermore, the profound negative realm would be upgraded from a high-level dimension to a transcendent dimension. In between, there would be massive changes in the heaven and earth, and observing the changes in the dimensional core at close quarters would be greatly beneficial to any heavenly venerate. Moreover, after upgrading, the profound negative realm would also produce a great number of natural treasures. In fact, even treasures that would be useful to heavenly venerates would appear. For these reasons, even heavenly venerates couldn't maintain their composure. They had to quickly stake a claim to the territory. But even if Ling Han or those around him worked hard, it would be useless. There were too many Hysteria troops. Even if it was Lin Yolian or the like, the result of taking them head-on would definitely be the latter being blasted into dust. In the end, even the 6th-tier elite spoke up, strictly controlling the number of heavenly venerates that entered the profound negative realm. They indeed needed heavenly venerates to help speed up the devouring process of the profound negative realm, but if the Flaming Frost realm fell because of this, and the profound negative realm had not matured yet, that would be great trouble. Since the 6th tiers had spoken up, the situation became slightly better. However, there were still forces that secretly arranged for heavenly venerates to go to the profound negative realm. It was just that they were not as brazen as before, and their numbers were also controlled. Ling Han returned to the front lines, and fought against the Hysteria army together with his family, brothers, and friends. He moved out alone, and carried out a decapitation mission. Right now, his strength had further advanced, and added with the fact that he had formed real dimensions, he was filled with confidence. Fu Yuan and the others wanted to go together with him, but Ling Han rejected their offer. If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. He arrived at the enemy camp, and did not hide his tracks. In any case, after so many attacks, Hysteria's army was already extremely heavily guarded. No matter how he disguised himself, it would be useless. There was only a simple word for it: kill. Ling Han charged into the enemy camp with his battle prowess on full throttle, unleashing a great massacre. The Hysteria army immediately rioted, and countless attacks poured towards Ling Han. Wang, Wang, Wang. The powers of dimension in Ling Han's body channeled like a millstone, dispersing the majority of the attacks that were fired at him. However, the numbers were really too high and too concentrated, and there were still a great many attacks that could not be dispersed. After a round of attacks, Ling Han almost threw up blood. Fuck, it had only been 10 million years or so since they had last fought, and the attacks of these guys had actually become so fierce. Ling Han was sure that if it were not for the fact that he had the powers of dimension in his body to disperse attacks, even a 6th-tier elite would probably throw up blood and be injured under the combined barrage of so many attacks. It wasn't that Ling Han was more powerful than a 6th tier, but rather that when faced with a large number of attacks, the power of dimension had an advantage in dispersing them. On the other hand, if a 6th tier were to directly attack Ling Han, then even if the power of dimension absorbed 50% of the attack, it would still cause serious injury to Ling Han. In fact, it might even kill him directly. Ling Han released a battle cry, unleashed the 9th grade combination seals, and charged towards the enemy's leader. He was invincible, and no monster could stop him. The leader monsters were already prepared. The moment Ling Han entered, they would retreat. No matter what, they had to maintain an absolute distance from Ling Han. On the other hand, a tidal wave of monsters filled the hole, using their bodies of flesh and blood to block Ling Han. Though Ling Han was aggressive, there were really too many enemies. Furthermore, with thousands of attacks blasting at the same time, it also made Ling Han feel like he was under a mountain of pressure, and he thought of retreating. I haven't tried out my new move yet, Ling Han thought. A large part of the reason why he had come here was because he wanted to test out the might of those 13 dimensions in actual battle. Go, he shouted lightly, and the projection of a dimension immediately shot out. It was infinitely enlarged, and a frightening pressure instantly descended. At least tens of thousands of nearby monsters were affected, and couldn't help but bow. It was not that they wanted to submit to Ling Han, but rather that the pressure was too great, forcing them to bow. Peng, peng, peng. However, these monsters were extremely ruthless, so how could they possibly compromise so easily? A great many monsters that had spare energy immediately moved, blasting towards that dimension. A 3rd-tier heavenly venerate could destroy a low-level dimension, a 5th-tier heavenly venerate could destroy a medium-level dimension, and this dimension that Ling Han projected was only medium-level, so how could it withstand the combined attacks of innumerable 5th-tier heavenly venerates? Very soon, multiple cracks appeared, and then it turned into innumerable pieces with a bang. Ling Han was completely unconcerned. He had already taken advantage of the opening to cover a large distance. Then, with a wave of his right hand, dimensional projections shot out again, and this time, the number had reached as many as 3. Boom, even 5th-tier monsters were affected. Even if they did not bow, they could feel their bodies become heavier. Ling Han continued to advance, and he was already getting closer and closer to his target. The monsters all attacked at the same time, and the projections of the 3 dimensions very soon exploded. However, when Ling Han released another 5 projections of dimensions, he had already reached the target monster. He shot out a punch, bringing with it an amplification of more than 200 times in power. Peng, it was only a single punch, and the target monster was instantly crushed into dust. Ling Han turned around without hesitation, and locked down on the 2nd target monster. Would he be able to kill another? Though he was presently very relaxed, that was because the dimensions in his body were showing their might, suppressing many monsters, but after the projections of the dimensions were destroyed, they would need time to reform. He had already used up 9 dimensions, and only 4 remained. Let's give it a try. Ling Han charged over again. The projections of the 4 dimensions were channeled at the same time, suppressing innumerable monsters, while he took advantage of the opening to madly charge towards the 2nd leader monster. He unleashed his full power, channeling the 8th grade seals. His power increased by close to 1,000 times, and his speed also received an astonishing increase. When the 4 dimensions were destroyed, Ling Han had also arrived in front of his target. As usual, he threw out a punch. Peng! The monster was killed without a doubt. Amidst an army of thousands, it was a piece of cake for him to take the enemy commander's head. Ling Han laughed loudly, his heroic spirit soaring, but in the next instant, he had already torn open a rip into the void, and directly fled. The remaining 13 dimensions had already been used up. If he didn't leave now, what else was he waiting for? Was he waiting to be beaten up? He entered into the void, and couldn't help but feel rueful. No wonder Zhou Heng, Lin Xiaoyang, and the others all said that the best path should be to place dimensions inside one's body. It was indeed awesome. Chapter 2922, 2922 Betrayed? 2922 Betrayed? The terror of dimensions lay in their size. When a dimension crashed down, it was enough to impede tens of thousands of heavenly venerates of the same level at the same time. If that was not the case, what would qualify Ling Han to kill the enemy leader in the midst of an army of 10,000 on his own? To say nothing of him, even Lin Yolian and Xin Chihu couldn't do it. I only have 13 dimensions. What if I can have 130 dimensions, 1,300 dimensions? Ling Han thought to himself. He couldn't help but be captivated and aspire for this future. At that time, even if he fell into a siege of Hysteria's army, there would be no need for him to enter into the void. He only had to release one-dimensional projection after another, and he would be able to suppress these monsters to the point that they could only sprawl out in submission. Even the projections were like this, so what about the dimension itself? Just how many times would its might increase? This could not be easily attempted, because if the projection had exploded, so be it. It could be used again after a few months or years. However, the dimension was different. This was the foundation. If the foundation was completely gone, how could there be a second time? Thus, this is my trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, I will definitely not use it, Ling Han thought. On the other hand, I still have to improve my cultivation level as soon as possible, and increase my capacity to accommodate dimensions. He was just about to tear a rip into the void and return when a feeling of extreme unease suddenly rose up in him. Shwa! In the void, a whip-like shadow whipped over. It was Hysteria. This was still not Hysteria's main body, yet gave Ling Han an incredibly realistic feeling, oppressing him to the point that even breathing was difficult for him. He suddenly had an instinctive feeling that this was Hysteria using the power of dimension to suppress him. Ling Han could use the dimensional projections to suppress others, so why couldn't Hysteria do the same? Not only could it do it, it could even do it better than Ling Han. It could do it 100 times better, 1,000 times better than he could. The two sides were not even on the same level at all. Though it looked like a whip-like shadow was whipping over, there was a dimensional projection within. It was equivalent to a transcendent dimension suppressing him. What kind of concept was that? In the past, though Hysteria had also attacked Ling Han before, it actually had not had any killing intent. Its purpose had only been to awaken him. However, this strike was completely different. It was intended to kill him. It was clear that Hysteria didn't have any intention to save Ling Han. Since he had already betrayed Hysteria, it wouldn't hesitate to erase him. The number one elite in the world had moved. Even if it was only a doppelganger, who could block it? It would have to be a sixth tier, at least, right? Ling Han did not hesitate in the slightest. Wang. The 13 dimensions in his body were all unleashed, forming a shield in front of him. Even fifth-tier elites would be affected by the dimensional projections. Now, however, not only were 13 dimensions appearing at the same time, but they were also dimensions proper. The might of these dimensions had increased by at least 10 times, and the shield that they formed was most likely impenetrable. Pang. However, with Hysteria's attack, the 13 dimensions instantly exploded into pieces. They were only able to stall it for a sliver of time. This bought Ling Han an instant, and even made him throw up blood madly. The dimensions crumbled, and he, as the main body, was naturally implicated as well. However, he did not even pause, and used this instant to tear a rip into space and return to the Genesis world. Wah! He began to spit out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face instantly became incredibly pale. His whole person was lying on the ground, and he did not want to move a single muscle. The dimensions that he had painstakingly nurtured had been obliterated. This caused too much damage to him. He cast his gaze internally. Thankfully, though the dimensions had been blown apart, there was still a sliver of residual power left behind. This could still allow him to slowly restore the dimensions, but everything would have to start from the beginning again. His hard work of the last 10 million years was completely wasted. Damn it, Ling Han sat up in a cross-legged position, and drew out a great herb. This was a recovery-type great herb. Crack! He took a bite, and tried his best to recover as soon as possible. After a whole 3 years, he had finally recovered a little. He stopped, and began to ponder. How did hysteria find me? I've already erased the mark it left in my body. If it could still find me, why didn't it appear after I have traveled through the void so many times before? This time has been so coincidental. This is practically an ambush set up for me in the void? Could it be that someone leaked my whereabouts? Ling Han was shocked. If that was not the case, how could there be such a coincidence? But who had leaked the secret? It should be known that there were over 100 undercover agents in the Flaming Frost realm, so could it be one of them? However, not many people knew that he was going to battle this time. Aside from the Empress and the other women, the Rain Emperor, the Black Donkey, and the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable, no one else knew. Additionally, there were also his comrades, Bai Mifan, Fu Yuan, and Xian Feng. If there were any more, it would be Lin Yolian, Xin Chihu, and Wu Haoyang, the 3 commanders-in-chief. Whatever mission Ling Han and his group wanted to carry out on the battlefield, they would definitely have to make a report. If there was an undercover agent, he would have to be among these people. Ling Han immediately excluded the Empress, the Black Donkey, and the others. They had walked with him all the way here, and he had absolute trust in them. Then that would be among these 6 people, Bai Mifan, Fu Yuan, Xian Feng, Lin Yolian, Xin Chihu, and Wu Haoyang. However, Lin Yolian and the other 2 greatest prodigies of all eternity were descendants of 7th tiers, so the possibility of them becoming Hysteria's subordinates was close to 0. Of course, it was also possible that Xin Chihu collaborated with Hysteria just to get rid of Ling Han. Thus, the most likely candidates were these 3 people: Xin Chihu, Fu Yuan, and Xian Feng. Ling Han did not want to doubt his own comrades. Hence, he was more inclined to believe that it was Xin Chihu who had leaked the secret. For the sake of killing me, this person is really willing to do anything, even disregarding his bottom line? Ling Han thought. He continued to recover from his injuries, and after another few decades, he finally recovered. However, the dimensions that had been destroyed would need to be nurtured again and reformed. This was tens of millions of years of hard cultivation. He returned to the realm battlefield, and had not even had the chance to talk about his own matters when he received an earth-shattering piece of news. A change had taken place in that group of lost primitive dimensions. The Empress and the others had not left yet, and had been waiting for Ling Han to return. What happened? Ling Han asked. We're not sure either, but it's said to be extremely shocking. Let's take a look. Ling Han and the others set out. After merely over a dozen years, they had once again arrived at the group of lost primitive dimensions. There doesn't seem to be any change. Ling Han swept a glance over. This place was just like how it had been in the past, it was just that countless ruins and devastation had been left behind because veins of ore had been excavated. Pang! Just as he said this, a pillar of light rose up in the distance, breaking through the barrier between dimensions, and causing an explosion in the void. Ling Han was instantly shocked. The energy in this pillar of light is too terrifying. It has reached the 6th tier, at least. Hunyo cocked her head, and said, could it be that this is an energy storm that has rushed out of the 9th and 10th dimension? Was this possible? The Empress nodded. At present, the ground layer here has been excavated, forming a great many passageways. It would not be strange for the energy storm to be able to go through and exit. Wang! A terrifying aura swept past, spreading out for millions and millions of kilometers. Chapter 2923, 2923. A 7th tier emerges. 2923. A 7th tier emerges. Ling Han, the Empress, and Hunyo all felt their chests become muffled, and almost lost control of their power, toppling down from the skies. The three of them were astounded. Just what kind of terrifying aura was this that it could actually have such a terrifying effect on them? However, this aura had disappeared after a single sweep. So this is the change. This aura is too terrifying. It's at least a 6th tier elite, but this is clearly a dead land, so where did a 6th tier elite come from? Don't tell me that there are still living 6th tier elites buried underneath. Ling Han thought for a moment, then shook his head, and said, that's not very possible. Senior Zhou and the others have already explored the 9th dimension, and all the veins of or should have been swept clean, and it is impossible for anything to be left behind. If there's a 6th tier elite hidden in the 10th dimension, even Senior Zhou and the others can't enter there, so how can he release his aura? Don't tell me that there are still 7th tier elites sleeping here, and they're about to awaken. If this was true, then this would be a really huge matter. The 7th tier was considered the strongest in the world, indestructible and undying. Alright, one had died, but Ling Han had absolutely no idea how he had been killed. If a 7th tier were to appear, then if they did evil, the whole Genesis world would suffer. The party observed here, and discovered that that aura from before appeared again after 67 days. It was incredibly terrifying. However, the next time, only 66 days had passed, and this aura appeared once more. Next, it was 65 days, 64 days, and 63 days, and the intervals became shorter and shorter, causing Ling Han and the others to feel even more uneasy. If this was an elite slumbering, then this aura was becoming more and more active. The time for his emergence should be drawing closer and closer. They ventured deep into the 8th dimension, and observed it from a close distance. However, they could only sense the vastness and majesty of this aura, yet still couldn't find its source. After a few days, Zhou Heng, as well as 3 other 6th tier heavenly venerates, came out of the 9th dimension. Senior Zhou. Ling Han hurriedly went up to greet him. Have you discovered anything? The source comes from the 10th level, or perhaps even the dimension below it, Zhou Heng said solemnly. Underneath this it's extremely likely that a living 7th tier elite has been buried. Previously, a 7th tier had also been unearthed from raw stone, but that was a corpse, and now it was a living 7th tier. The significance was completely different. Brother Zhou, will you ask your master to make a trip here? A 6th tier elite beside them asked. He was Rong Tianyu, an ally of Lin Xiaoyang, Zhou Heng, and Chu Hao. Zhou Heng nodded. This matter is too important. Even if master does not come personally, he will at least have to send out a doppelganger. No one thought that this was an exaggerated measure. The emergence of a new 7th tier elite was too shocking. More and more people arrived. Zhou Heng and the other 6th tiers even made arrangements to set up a base here because if that newly emerged 7th tier elite bore malicious intent, he should be suppressed. Even if he couldn't be killed, he would be eternally sealed here. 6th tiers couldn't do it, so Lin Luo, Bai Fan, Xian Fu, and the other 7th tiers all sent out a doppelganger, which meant that the greatest power of heavenly venerates of the entire Genesis world was gathered here. As for Hysteria's troops, forget about them for now. Under the suppression of the dimension, the defenders only had to leave behind a small number of troops, and they would be able to resist. This place was too crucial. 13 days, 12 days that aura appeared more and more frequently. Finally, it appeared a few times in a single day, and the ground began to tremble, as if all the dimensions were about to collapse. 7th tier elites possessed such power. He's about to emerge, Zhou Heng murmured, frowning deeply. Though there were presently as many as 76th tiers here, and there were also at least 5 doppelgangers of 7th tier elites, they might still be unable to suppress a real 7th tier elite. No one was certain of that. A 7th tier was too strong. Having fused 6 fundamental powers together, he was definitely invincible. Only a 7th tier would be able to stand against another 7th tier. This was an ironclad rule. Pung! 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 When this aura fluctuated like the breathing of an ordinary person, drum-like sounds rang out, causing pain to everyone's ears. Some people were even bleeding from their 7 apertures. It should be known that this was the 8th dimension. Those that could come here all had battle prowess on par with 5th-tier elites. Even such elites would be shaken to the point of bleeding from his 7 apertures, and it was merely because of a sound? This was far too terrifying. Xiao, 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 Xiao. 5 figures appeared, all of them exuding boundless light. Their appearance could not be clearly seen at all, but the moment they appeared, that drumbeat immediately became smaller, and could no longer cause any effect. These were the doppelgangers of 5 7th-tier elites. Ling Han rubbed his nose. He wasn't bleeding so terribly from his 7 apertures, but it was inevitable that he would have a nosebleed. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Even the 7th-tier elites had been mobilized, so was there really a 7th-tier elite about to appear? Would the secrets of this lost primitive dimension that had been sealed for countless years finally be unraveled? Pung! A pillar of light rose into the sky, and the terrifying aura instantly soared madly like a tidal wave. The 5 7th-tier elites all took a few steps back, and actually looked like they were outmatched. Could it be that this 7th tier that had not emerged was strong to this extent? Of course not, it was because these 5 supreme beings were only doppelgangers. No matter how strong doppelgangers were, how could they compare to the original? Sigh. A long sigh rang out in everyone's mind. After a long dream, eternity will pass. Reminiscing the mortal world, epochs pass like dreams. A figure slowly walked out from underground, calm and composed. However, when he appeared in the center of the masses, no one could see his true appearance. What is it? Putting on such a grand display, are you planning to kill me? This person's eyes swept over the surroundings, and he couldn't help but laugh loudly. His voice was like thunder, shaking a great many people to the point that they stumbled, and could not stand steadily no matter how hard they tried. So this was a 7th-tier ultimate elite? He was too strong, having such might with just a laugh. If he really attacked, how could even 6th-tier elites withstand his strike? How should I address you, sir? A 7th-tier elite's doppelganger asked, not knowing who he really was. At present, even 6th tiers were not qualified to speak. They could only play the role of spectators on the sidelines. Me? The newly emerged 7th tier chuckled. He stretched out his arms, and drew on the fundamental power of heaven and earth. A smile appeared on his face. As expected, the void is indestructible, and life is reborn from death. Sir, who exactly are you? Another 7th-tier elite's doppelganger asked. Oh, if I don't say anything, could it be that you guys plan to compel me? The newly born 7th-tier chuckled, completely unconcerned. 7th-tier elites were undying and indestructible, and even against hysteria, they didn't need to fear. Whom did they need to give face to? Old friends, all of you, wake up, the 7th tier shouted lightly, and his palm delivered a palm strike onto the ground. Boom! Not only was this dimension trembling violently, but the 7th and 6th dimensions were also trembling under the transmission of power. Moreover, the power was still spreading upwards. Similarly, the power was also spreading downwards, reaching the 9th dimension, the 10th dimension, and even further downwards. After only a short while, for extremely terrifying auras spread out. Chapter 29-24, 29-24 A World-Shaking Secret. 29-24 A World-Shaking Secret. Everyone inhaled sharply at the same time. Could it be that there was more than one 7th tier buried here? Pung! 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 Beams of light continued to shoot out from the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4 There were a total of 4 beams. Then, 4 figures walked out of the pillars of light. They were all enshrouded in boundless light, and their appearance could not be seen clearly. However, every single person was exuding a great aura that could crush the heavens, and even the doppelgangers of those 5 7th-tier elites were no match, appearing to pale in comparison. 7th-tier elites there were actually 5 7th-tier elites. Hiss, how were they supposed to suppress this? To say nothing of the fact that there were only 5 7th-tier doppelgangers, even if Lin Luo, Bai Fan, Lin Luo, and the other 7th tiers personally came here, they would not be able to accomplish this at all. Old friends, we finally meet again, the 7th-tier elite who was the first to emerge exclaimed with emotion. I am not the slightest bit happy to see an old shameless rascal like you. I am not the slightest bit happy at all, a 7th tier immediately said. Hee, how long are you two going to bicker for? A third 7th-tier elite said with a smile. He looked at the doppelgangers of Lin Luo and the others. Friends, may I ask if extermination has already appeared? Extermination? Lin Luo and the other 7th-tier heavenly venerates were all confused. What the heck was that? Oh. The third 7th-tier elite revealed an expression of realization, though no one could see it. He laughed loudly. My title is Chong Yen. These 4 old friends are Big Dipper, Shatter Mountains, Mysterious Feather, and Half Moon. He pointed at the 4 newly emerged 7th tiers one by one, paused, and gave everyone a buffer time. Then, he said, I know what you guys want to ask, and that is the origins of the 5 of us old geezers. We do not come from this world or this era. Seeing everyone's confused expression, he continued, to put it simply, before this world was born, we already existed. Fuck. Hearing these words, everyone felt their scalp go numb with shock. Were these 5 7th tiers monsters? They were even older than Genesis world itself. But the problem was, who would be able to cultivate to the heavenly venerable tier without the support of dimensions? Could it be that these 5 people were 7th tiers from the moment they were born? Though there is no accurate accounting, the Genesis world has existed for about 3,000 epochs, Lin Luo said. Friend, what you mean is that before the Genesis world appeared, there was another world, and you guys were living in that world? Clever, the heavenly venerate Big Dipper clapped his hands. The place that you all are standing now is the world that we used to live in. These overlapping dimensions were actually another Genesis world? Heavens! Hiss, it was no wonder that the dimensions overlapped with each other, which was extremely inconceivable. According to deductions, at least a few hundred 7th-tier elites would have to act to be able to make 2 dimensions overlap each other. However, for this kind of practically endless overlapping of dimensions, it was certain that no matter how many 7th-tier elites there were, they would not be able to accomplish this. However, the Genesis world itself was like this, so that would explain things. Then how did the world of our friends become like this? Bai Fan asked. This place was in ruins, completely destroyed and devastated. Could it be that a conflict had erupted among the 7th tiers, causing the whole Genesis world to collapse? That's because of extermination. Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen sighed. This is an indescribably powerful being. Not only has it cultivated to the 7th tier, it has even manifested into a dimension and started the realm war, swallowing countless dimensions. What? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't this referring to hysteria? And then? Lin Luo asked in a very serious manner. Everyone's heart clenched. The answer from Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen might be the key to dealing with hysteria because these 5 great heavenly venerates were still alive, but extermination was no longer wreaking havoc. Obviously, they had won. Afterwards? Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Feather shook his head. Let's call it Genesis world as well for now, we fought against extermination together with the heavenly venerates of all the dimensions, but still, we could only retreat slowly. The transcendent dimensions were continuously falling. Though we created new transcendent dimensions, extermination also became stronger and stronger. The speed of our creation was already unable to keep up with the rate at which it was devouring. Heavenly Venerate Half Moon continued. In the end, we were forced to fight a battle to the death. We detonated the cores of all dimensions, and launched the final and strongest attack against extermination. Though this destroyed extermination, our world has also completely collapsed, which has also had a massive impact on us, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain said. He stretched out a finger and pointed. Our world was originally the same as yours, and only became like this after the collapse. According to our deductions, the Genesis world was nurtured by the void. As expected, after countless epochs, a new Genesis world has appeared again, Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen said. As everyone listened, they all felt their scalp go numb. As it turned out, they had been born in a new world after the old world had been destroyed, and before that, a being like Hysteria had almost devoured the old Genesis world. Ling Han thought of that seventh tier's ancient corpse. Could it be that he had been killed by the power of the Genesis world's collapse? Otherwise, what other power could kill a seventh tier? Previously, extermination had been so strong, but hadn't it also been blown apart? Lin Luo obviously thought of this as well, and began, we once excavated an ancient seventh tier's corpse. No wonder. It was said that seventh tier was immortal and indestructible, but with the destruction of the Genesis world as the price, this burst of attack would have already surpassed the limits of seventh tier. Friends, though we do not have extermination, we do have hysteria, Xian Fu said. He briefly introduced hysteria to them. This is extermination. Chong Yen and the other heavenly venerates exclaimed simultaneously. As expected, extermination is too strong, and even an explosion of the dimensional core was unable to kill it. Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper said, the boundless light flickering all over his body, and showing the intense fluctuations of his emotions. Hysteria is extermination? Everyone was stunned. If that was really the case, that would be too terrifying. Sacrificed the entire Genesis world to unleash the strongest attack, yet that is still unable to kill it. Just look at Heavenly Venerate Yellow Sand, who was also a seventh tier, yet was deader than dead. Was hysteria indestructible? No. Lin Luo said. If hysteria is extermination, then it was also born over 100 epochs ago. Why had it also been so late? It must have also suffered severe damage in the previous world's destruction. Who knows, there might have only been a tiny bit of remnant soul left behind, and that is why it needed so many years to recover, and only then did it manage to make a comeback. That's right. Bai Fan, Xian Fu, and the other seventh tiers all nodded. Even Chong Yen and the other veteran seventh tiers expressed their agreement. Otherwise, hysteria wouldn't have needed to endure for so many years. It could have directly swallowed the Genesis world when it had been first born, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble now. Even so, could it be that it wants to destroy the world again and die with it? Chapter 2925, 2925 Son of Destiny. 2925 Son of Destiny. Destroy the Genesis world again? Everyone shook their head. There would probably be no one aside from the undying and indestructible seventh tier seventh elites that could escape alive when the dimensions crumbled. That's right. When detonating the cores of all dimensions, aside from seventh tiers, there is no one who would be able to survive that. Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen nodded. Furthermore, since extermination has fallen for it once, I'm afraid it won't repeat the same mistake. After a round of conversation, everyone also found out that though these 5 seventh tiers were the strongest in their era, under the impact of the Genesis world's destruction, they had also suffered heavy injuries, and were forced to enter into a state of slumber. They felt as if eternity had passed, and only now did they awaken and re-emerge in the world. Both sides were the strongest in the world, but hysteria had awakened before them, and it had suffered an equivalent of a burst of attack caused by the entire Genesis world exploding. With such a comparison, Hysteria's terrifyingness was fully displayed. It couldn't be killed no matter what, and it was also powerful to the extreme. How could they not be afraid? Looks like we have to work together, Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen said. N. Lin Luo, Bai Fan, and the other 7th-tier elites nodded. Their interests were the same now, and even if they couldn't defeat Hysteria with the addition of 5 7th-tier supreme elites, at least their strength would be greatly boosted, and they would be able to last for a longer time. Please return with us, friends, Xin Fu said. All right. Everyone returned to the Flaming Frost Realm together. With the intervention of 7th tiers, their speed was naturally astonishingly great. In a few years' time, they returned to the Flaming Frost Realm. Chong Yen and the other supreme elites all sensed the power of this dimension. They weren't from this dimension, and in fact weren't even from this Genesis world. Thus, they needed to once again grasp the unique power of dimension here. For a 7th tier, having one more or one less such power wouldn't have much effect, but it was always good to strengthen oneself, even if it was only a bit. My 5 friends, shall we now go to see some old friends? Lin Luo asked with a smile. Before that, we have one more thing to do, Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen said. The 5 7th-tier elites moved at the same time, but there were specks of light flickering on their palms, and the whole sky was filled with them. They were both beautiful and stunning. The light of life. Lin Luo and the other 7th tiers all exclaimed. It contains the mark of life, and can nurture new life. Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen nodded, and said, the Genesis world was destroyed, and aside from 7th tiers who are undying and indestructible, no other life form could possibly survive. Only the mark of life could be preserved in the mind of a 7th tier, and only then would there be a chance for rebirth. For a living being, the most important thing was memory. In other words, it was the mark of life, the body itself was actually not all that important. Now, the 7th-tier elites extracted the boundless power of heaven and earth to construct a new bodies for these marks of life. Life was the manifestation of regulations. The heavenly venerable tier was superior to regulations, so creating life was naturally a small matter. However, without the mark of life, the life created by a heavenly venerate would also have no intelligence, and would need a long time to slowly evolve and form. Witnessed by countless people, the power of heaven and earth gathered on the spots of light. One after another, living beings came from nothing, forming out of thin air. There were humanoid shapes, as well as those of beasts and birds. When they took form, they were at the Celestial King tier. There were first heaven celestial kings, and there were also 9th heaven celestial kings. Heavenly venerable tier surpasses regulations, but because we are too powerful, we cannot be reformed by regulations. Hence, the light of life cannot be left behind so that we can obtain rebirth either, Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen said calmly, seemingly feeling very regretful. Everyone felt the same. If the heavenly venerates of the other Genesis world could be brought over, then their strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Though we are all 7th tiers, the light of life that we can preserve is also limited, Heavenly Venerate Half Moon said. However, these are all the greatest prodigies of all eternity. The majority of them could have long since become heavenly venerates, but for the sake of preserving some chance of life, they have not broken through all this while. Throughout such a long time, their souls have also been cultivating and improving. As long as they possess a real body, they would be able to experience a great breakthrough in a short period of time. Boom! Just like an explanatory note for his words, a 9th heaven celestial king actually advanced to the pseudo-heavenly venerable tier easily, and was instantly targeted by the heaven and earth. Lightning struck madly, yet he easily dispersed it. This was too terrifying. To say nothing of how long he had been accumulating power at the 9th heaven for, this could only bring him appreciation. He did not have the slightest understanding of the Flaming Frost realm at all. Ling Han also looked over, and saw that this was a young man that looked like a god. He had long golden hair, exuded a soft luster, and was indescribably handsome. And he himself was exuding a kind of power, a grand power, the power of the world, as if he was the son of destiny. Merely standing there, he had become the center of the heaven and earth, attracting everyone's attention. Feng Wuding was the strongest prodigy of our world. Moreover, when the Genesis world collapsed, an inheritance mark flew out and landed on Feng Wuding's light of life, Heavenly Venerate Chong Yen said with a hint of envy. A seventh tier was already standing at the pinnacle of the world, truly invincible, undying, and indestructible, yet he was actually envious of Feng Wuding, which showed how amazing this great luck was. But when one thought about it, it made sense. Obtaining the inheritance mark of the Genesis world, what kind of concept was that? If we want to completely eliminate extermination, the present hysteria, Feng Wuding is the key, Heavenly Venerate Half Moon said. As long as he matures, he'll possess the great power of the Genesis world, and perhaps this can really be realized. When everyone looked at Feng Wuding again, their gazes had changed completely. Envy, jealousy, hate, all these emotions filled their eyes. At this point, let me give you a warning first, Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper suddenly said, his voice cold and sharp. The inheritance mark of the Genesis world cannot be snatched. If anyone wants to kill Feng Wuding and snatch his inheritance mark, it is destined to be a pointless effort. They would be destroying the only chance to destroy hysteria. And I will also crush that person's bones into dust. There was no need for a seventh-tier Heavenly Venerate to threaten anyone at all, who would not revere him. But Heavenly Venerate Big Dipper had still deliberately said this, which showed just how important Feng Wuding was. Everyone nodded internally. This mark should indeed not be taken away. Otherwise, why would a seventh-tier elite not take it for themselves? Friends, let's go and meet hysteria. We haven't seen it for so many years, and we still miss it quite a bit, Heavenly Venerate Shatter Mountain said. The five of them had already completed the creation of life, and there were instantly more than 10,000 celestial kings here. Zhou Heng, make the necessary arrangements, Lin Luo said to Zhou Heng. He paused for a moment before continuing, hysteria has sensed something, and is currently launching an attack. We need to return to our positions and resist with all our might. Understood, Master. Zhou Heng nodded respectfully. Xiao. The 10 seventh-tier elites left, leaving behind those who had yet to regain their breath. The amount of information that they had received was really too great, and they needed time to digest it. Chapter 29-26, 29-26 Feng Wuding. 29-26 Feng Wuding. Before their world, there had actually been another world. Had there not been over 10,000 celestial kings born here, everyone would have assumed it had just been a dream. Come with me, Zhou Heng said to Feng Wuding and the other celestial kings from the previous Genesis world. No, it's better to come with me, another sixth-tier elite said. Stepping out from the crowd, he added, if you come with me, I will nurture you all with as many resources as you desire. Are you saying I can't promise them that? Another sixth-tier elite asked. What was the most important thing in this world? The strongest elites, as well as fresh recruits with unlimited potential. All of them had originated from the previous Genesis world, and being selected meant that they were all the cream of the crop. While maybe not all of them would become a seventh tier, getting to fifth tier was no problem at all. This was especially the case for Feng Wuding, the strongest prodigy in the previous Genesis world. He had received the inheritance from the previous Genesis world, and was even likely to surpass the seventh tier in the future. Just how important was this? If any force were to add these geniuses to their ranks, they would definitely be able to become the strongest faction in the entire Genesis world in the future. As such, even sixth-tier elites were all desperately vying for talent. One after the other, the 6th-tier elites showed their sincerity as they extended the olive branch to the potential recruits. The celestial kings were tempted. The other party was all 6th-tier elites after all. No matter if it was the previous Genesis world or the current one, they were all close to the strongest level possible. As such, the celestial kings quickly made their decisions. However, the most sought-after talent, Feng Wuding, remained quiet. It was not that no one had invited him. On the contrary, a prodigy from the previous Genesis world like him was surely more coveted than the rest. However, he remained unperturbed, and didn't deign to make his decision too lightly. Evidently, he was still testing the waters, and wanted to see which side would be able to give him the better offer. However, Lin Xiaoyang, Zhou Heng, and Chu Hao didn't participate in this competition for fresh talent. Even though each faction needed new blood to bolster their forces, the same rules didn't apply to 7th-tier forces. It was because 7th tiers were completely indestructible, and never had to worry about the day they would wilt and die. Lin Luo was the perfect example of standing guard for eternity. Even if the Genesis world were to be destroyed, he had a high chance of surviving it. Why the heck would he ever need any fresh recruits then? Moreover, Zhou Heng, Chu Hao, and even Lin Youlian had a high chance of reaching the 7th tier. Thus, they didn't need to go through so much trouble. Ultimately, Feng Wuding decided to join the World Alliance where Yuborong was at. Ling Han was shocked as Yuborong had a blood debt with him. Would this mean that Ling Han and Feng Wuding would become enemies from now on? Ling Han was filled with excitement at the prospect of battling such a genius and seeing how high his battle prowess was. After the recruitment, all the heavenly venerates returned to the realm battlefield. Battling hysteria was the main priority, after all. Ling Han went back to his daily life of either cultivating or killing on the battlefield. He wanted to take on another decapitation mission and figure out which of the people around him was the spy. However, he didn't want to take the risk. What if he were to get ambushed by hysteria? This time, he wasn't sure he would be able to escape with his life so easily. As long as the spy was not found, he could not rest. Because they had just retreated to the Flaming Frost realm, and had the advantage of dimensional suppression, they were able to buy themselves around 2 million to 3 million years of time. Everyone was making the most of that time by intensely cultivating. The geniuses from the previous Genesis world were truly extraordinary. In just a little over 100,000 years, at least 1,000 new heavenly venerates had cropped up among them. However, Feng Wuding was still surprisingly a pseudo-heavenly venerate. This strongest prodigy was also blessed by the heavens. Previously, he had managed to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. Why couldn't he do the same now? When he found out about this, Ling Han said, "I think this is what makes Feng Wuding so terrifying. To a genius like him, the question isn't about becoming a heavenly venerate, but rather how can he become the strongest heavenly venerate?" The Empress replied, "You're saying that he didn't advance to become a heavenly venerate in order to accumulate strength?" Another several hundred thousands of years had passed, more and more geniuses from the previous Genesis world had become heavenly venerates. After all, the reason they were chosen was because their potential was among the highest there was, and with them accumulating strength over countless epochs, it was not surprising to see them soar so quickly. Moreover, the various great forces spared no expense at cultivating these new recruits. Back when they had been unearthing raw stones, they had been able to obtain many great herbs. While some of them had been used up, a large portion had been saved up. These were ultimately used to cultivate these young talents. In just the span of 2 million years, the quickest among them had already risen up to the 3rd tier, with many following behind. It was truly astonishing. At this moment, Feng Wuding finally broke through and became a 1st tier. The second he did, he challenged a 3rd tier heavenly venerate to a battle, and managed to end the battle with a draw. Everyone was completely flabbergasted by the result. To be able to battle someone 2 entire levels higher than him, Feng Wuding was too powerful. Even Lin Youlian and Xian Qihu couldn't compare. I think Ling Han can do that too, someone mentioned Ling Han. How can Ling Han possibly compare with Feng Wuding? Feng Wuding was not only the strongest prodigy from the last Genesis world, he even managed to get its inheritance. He's already this powerful after stepping into the heavenly venerable tier. He is sure to become much stronger in the future. That's right. He is the heir of the Genesis world and the son of destiny. In the future, he will definitely reach greater heights than the 7th tier. Everyone concluded that Ling Han was no match for Feng Wuding. This had been decided by fate. When Ling Han caught wind of the rumors, he simply gave a light laugh. He wouldn't try to bully someone weaker. If Feng Wuding was to catch up to him in terms of cultivation level, then he wouldn't mind sparring a little. On the other hand, Feng Wuding simply scoffed. Oh? There was someone else who can battle someone 2 levels higher? He smiled. Once I enter the 3rd tier, I'll take him as my servant. His words were full of contempt towards Ling Han, which was then repeated verbatim by a servant. Soon, the news spread across the realm battlefield. Hunyo was completely furious. She wanted to go find Feng Wuding and give him a good beating. However, the latter was in the midst of cultivation somewhere else, so she couldn't seek him out at all. Truth be told, aside from Feng Wuding, all the other geniuses from the previous Genesis world were arrogant and thought little of this generation's prodigies. Even though both sides had not had any major conflicts yet, there were plenty of minor scuffles. A day would come when these minor scuffles would escalate into a full-blown battle. In the next 1 million years, Feng Wuding would display his terrifying potential. Not only did he rush up to 3rd tier, he was just inches away from becoming a 4th tier. The day had also finally come for him to enter the realm battlefield. The entire base erupted with excitement when they heard the news. One was the strongest prodigy from the previous Genesis world, while the other was the unbeatable monster from the current generation. Now that the 2 of them were about to come face to face, which of them would be the stronger one? Everyone was filled with anticipation towards this battle. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.